prayer, and then the rest will be able to get us from there. So Linda will be able to pray for us.
Faraj, you want to play?
All right, good morning. Let's just say may the grace and then. Where? Okay, the pastor has cameoed me so I can pray. All right, Heavenly Father, we say thank you for another wonderful morning as we gather here for our final remarks or discussions. We pray for your presence to be with us. We call upon your blessings and your peace and your understanding and knowledge so that we can wrap up into something meaningful that is going to be implemented. We bless your name and we glorify you. In the mighty name of Jesus, I pray, trusting and believing. And now may the grace
of our Lord Jesus Christ
and the
and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit
be
with us now and forevermore.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Linda. So as we, please, if you know your neighbor who has not come, you can try shout to them so that they can come. So I would like to invite, we are going to, if you look at the program, we need to have a recap. So I will recall the fellow who is going to give us the recap in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Then IDF, West Pokot, Open Institute, I will invite to come in front so that as we start setting up for the panel, the first panel discussion for today. So my brother, come for the recap.
So thank you very much, my brother, for the opportunity. I've sent the presentation, so the communications team, kindly, you can project the presentation. It's like today, people are so late, huh? I don't know what is happening. Huh? People are tired. Or we finished late. Communications team can confirm. Have you received the presentation? Yeah. Yes, good morning, Director. So we're waiting for communications team to project the presentation. Huh? I wish I could have just come with my laptop here. I hope money has not been poured. So go to the next slide. So I'm going to do the highlights of day 2. So that's the outline. That's our outline. We are going to look at the inequalities, issues of youths, food laws, partnerships, and financing. Next. So in terms of the inequalities, the key areas or key issues that came out strongly as the discussions were happening was the issue of the poverty that is kind of remains higher and more concentrated in rural areas. That's we saw from the data that was being projected. And there was also the aspect of inequalities impeding economic development and growth. And also we saw yesterday that inequalities in outcomes, access to services, if you compare the rich and the poor, the poor are disadvantaged. We look at the issues of access to education, sanitation, and what have you, that came out very strongly. And just to tackle the inequalities is the aspect of having to look at our taxation and revenue raising measures, whereby we need to, they say you tax the rich more and the vulnerable less. But normally we see that that's not the case. Of course, we say our taxation is progressive, but maybe it's just on paper. It's a discussion for another day. So what is being done by different stakeholders in that aspect? Then there's the aspect of availability of disaggregated gender data, and this is important to inform policy. Then validation of citizen-generated data, and also there's the aspect of sanitation projects, mostly ASAL counties. This came out strongly from UNICEF. And the right information to mothers to support their children in issues of nutrition. Next. Next slide. So I mean, there was also a discussion on youths as in terms of collaborations for change and how youth can help in acceleration of SDGs. So some of the key result areas that came out was strengthening collaborations, government and other stakeholders, issues of social media engagements, and the pre-conference in Larson with the Interagency Technical Committee, just to help pack for the future for the youth, that is youth and future generations. Then there's also the aspect of need to identify and nurture skills development for youth, which is very, very imperative. And also aspect of consolidating youth-led organizations and networks to generate timely data to inform policy. You see, normally when you have a scattered approach, the voices or the voice tend to not to be strong. But now when there is a coalition and when youth coalesce, in a given aspect, the voice is heard and is strong. Then also the aspect of youth to be brought on board as key stakeholders in the implementation of SDGs. And I think there was the aspect that the youth were saying that apart from the National Youth Council being in the Interagency Technical Committee, they were also advocating for additional representation from the youth-led networks. Normally they say nothing for us without us. So before I joined government, I've worked with the CBOs and NGOs, and you see, you cannot you cannot address issues of youth if you're not a youth. That's a fact. Just like you can't address issues of vulnerable if they are not on the table. So that is very important. Next. So also there's an aspect of food loss, and we saw there's the extent of food loss from production to household level, And just some of the factors contributing to food loss is the issues of land access, soil erosion, and urbanization, where nowadays we talk about the brick and mortar. Even areas that are supposed to be agricultural land, we tend to build huge buildings, apartments. So that has an effect. And therefore, there's this need to embrace new farming technologies, smart agriculture. And also, there's the aspect of green startups, which came out, which needs to be supported, especially the ones that are being done by the youth and the women. And the locally led climate action, I mean, we saw, this one came out from the COG through some counties that we have, or some counties, they have climate change committees, and the aspect of buying in initiatives from the communities. You see, sometimes we tend to think that you know the solution to a problem of a given community. But you need to go to the community and ask them, what are their solutions? Don't prescribe solutions for them, I mean, in boardrooms in Nairobi. You need to go to the ground and talk to the communities at the grassroots level so that you can know their issues. Then data is important, I mean, to inform policy and decision making. There's the aspect of the value chain approach. This is very, very important, looking at from the production or from farming. I mean, if you look at the whole value chain, the market linkage of farmers and what have you, very, very important. And then innovative storage solutions, adoption of cold chains, just to help prolong the shelf life. Next. I mean, there's also a session on partnerships and collaborations, and stakeholders. So yes, I'm told I have 2 minutes. Is okay. So stakeholders, collaborations, and partnerships is key, and aspect to strengthen data collection at the local level to inform policy, and also policymakers need to come together to align with SDGs. Another important aspect is strengthening local structures at the grassroots level to accelerate SDGs implementation through localization, and this one is came out through COG. It's very important. Next. The next aspect was financing for SDGs, which you say that the financing must be people-centered. And there's low awareness of policymakers on SDGs, hence we have the challenges. Somebody was joking that a certain senior official was saying that make sure you make good goals for us, good SDG goals for us. You see, it tells you that the level of awareness is still not as required. Then mobilization of resources at the county level, the on-source revenue aspect, the innovative ways, the adaptation fund, the climate justice, the resilience fund, very, very important, and issues of tax evasions, and we need to tackle corruption, PPPs, but must be transparent, not the Adani. I think Adani, they've been bashed in this forum. I hope their representatives are not here. Yeah? So, and also aspect of you need to integrate data in resource mobilizations, because data is what should inform us how we should allocate resources. Resources generally are scarce, so we should be informed by data and on which areas can have impactful interventions. Then tax reform, strengthening the tax systems to increase domestic resource mobilization. You know, the aspect, the Addis Ababa agenda. This tax should not overburden the vulnerable. I think that is the end of my recap. Thank you very much. My name is Victor. I think I'm in time.
Excellent. Thank you for the excellent job. Morning, everybody. Morning. Are we ready to start? Are we fired up? I can see some people missing. Find out the person you took a selfie with yesterday. Whoever you took a selfie with, reach out to them, find out if they're doing all right. and ask them to join us. This morning we'll start with a panel, leveraging on inclusive data for comprehensive measurement of the SDGs. Fred, karibu sana. I know you're going to give us a very exciting panel. And I would like to invite the panelists. We have Sarah Omache from Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, UNDP, Benson Kimani, karibu sana. We have Japheth from IDF, Leah from Kiambu, and Joel from West Pokot. And we are actually, Alcags Open Institute, karibu sana. We are privileged to have Liliana from Paris 21, who's joining us online. Liliana, I don't know if you can hear us. Liliana, can you hear us? Please say hello. We need to confirm that the technology works, but meanwhile, the other panelists, please step up to the podium. Karibuni sana. Liliana?
Can you hear me?
You're sounding very low, so if you could speak into the mic, or maybe it's our audio here.
Maybe if you could try with the audio, because I'm turning my maximum volume.
Good to see you. Welcome.
Good to see everyone. Thank you.
Excellent. Now we can hear you clearly. So you'll be introduced formally. Just give it a few minutes as the rest of the panelists settle. Fred, karibu sana. Over to you.
Good morning once again. So today we are ready, and I'm seeing the team is agile for the first panel discussion. So my name is Afedi Kolwal. I am a M&D lead with the forum. So before me is a team of very good experts. So I will give them opportunity because we already brought them up to speed, so they are aware of the task we have ahead of us. So they will be this side and then the other side. As you remember yesterday, there have been a lot of issues around data. And we agreed, yes, that without data, things cannot move. So now at least this is the discussion. So we'll try to balance up so that at least with the time that we have, the gallery and the team this side will be able to at least adequately, if possible, be able to address the number of questions. So I will go straight very forward to give Leah the first opportunity to introduce herself. Brief one, just your name and a snapshot of your organization.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Good morning, everyone. My name is Leah Mwangi. I'm the programs coordinator at Kiambu Pamoja Trust. Kiambu Pamoja Trust is a local development organization, which is an umbrella CSO, an umbrella organization bringing all CSOs within Kiambu together. And when I talk of CSOs, I'm talking more of the grassroots organizations, starting with the very small one, the self-help groups, the youth groups, women groups, and also CBOs, CSO, NGOs, and faith-based organizations. We also bring on board the county government and the private sector so that we can leverage and collaborate in addressing issues that are affecting our communities. The LDO is focused on the localization agenda and making things flow to the grassroots level and giving voice and agency to the communities. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I will give to IDF just a brief one so that at least we have time for extensive time for discussion. So yes, Ojijo?
Yes, good morning once more. I'm Japheth Ojijo from Integrated Development Facility. We are being supported by Denmark through Riot Trust, and in partnership with the SDG Kenya Forum, we are accelerating the promise of leaving no one behind through social accountability. And why social accountability? Because the interface, that is the climax of social accountability, addresses the challenges and even leverage of the opportunities on aligning our data to the national framework, and also makes the implementation of the SDGs in a very easy way at the county level. We are currently the devolution warrior hours nationally for developing innovative public participation, which entails engagement of citizens from the village clusters to the county level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jijo. So, Open Institute.
Hi, my name is Al Kags. I work at the Open Institute. I think I said yesterday we do two things. We support governments with programs on transparency and citizen engagement, and on the other side, we work to promote active citizenship. It is under the active citizenship that we think a lot about inclusive data.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Omache. I work for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, coordination of the National Statistical System. KNBS is in charge of updating the National Indicator Framework for SDGs, and from various sources, that is from census data, from survey data, from administrative data, and also from other sources like citizen-generated data, big data, and all other innovative ways. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Benson?
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Benson Kimani from UNDP, from the Strategic Policy and Advisory Unit. The main mandates of UNDP is to support member states to improve governance, as well as to attain the Sustainable Development Goals.
Okay, thank you so much. West Pokot. Joel?
Okay, good morning. I'm Joel Akaule from West Pokot. I'm the SDG champion for West Pokot County. And on the issue of data, we are working on SDG reporting at the county level to align the VLR and the VNR for the national government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I think we'll go straight back to the questions now. So, okay. Oh, Indiana. Okay. Indiana, I don't know, Liliana, are you getting us? You can introduce yourself.
Yes, I get you. Thank you so much. Liliana Suchodolska from Paris-21. Paris-21 is a partnership which supports a statistical system in low and middle income countries, and we had the pleasure to support Kenya government in the voluntary national review, which was an inclusive and citizen-driven process, and we have been really very happy to partner with State Department for Economic Planning and KNBS, and both these entities presented data journey of the VNR at the high-level political forum, which have gained a lot of interest together with the CGD initiative. So I'm really glad to be in this very extinguished forum today, because the issue of citizen data is getting a lot of attention in the region and worldwide, and I'm happy to be part of the discussion today. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Tim, as you are aware, if you look at our program, you'll see the Paris-21. So that's our colleague from Paris-21. So in this discussion, we are aiming at the end of it that we'll be able to identify some of the best practice and that we can be able to replicate from the team that are going to the discussion we're going to have. Then the discussion should also be able to give us a roadmap on strengthening collaboration across the stakeholders in terms of data management for SDG. And then probably after the discussion, should be able to have some of our action solutions for overcoming challenges in data collection, specifically for SDG measurement. And then lastly, some of what we expect to get from the discussion, if we can get some commitments to enhance the resource allocation and technical support for inclusive data initiative. So as you see the topic, we are talking about leverage on inclusive data for comprehensive measures. So specifically looking at SDG, but strategy, what strategy can you put in place, opportunities, challenges, in the remaining time between now to 2030. So the questions I'm going to throw to the panel and also that I expect from you should be looking at the strategies, opportunities, and also challenges. So I will start with the IDF. Mr. Jijo, what do you think IDF should put in place to ensure we have data validation and integration, to ensure data validation and integration in terms of official statistics?
First, there are some keywords there. inclusive leverage. And this one will take us back to the principles of result-based reporting and the chemistry which is there between the CSOs and the county governments in terms of achieving the results, because the CSO in one way, they're very, very key in generating data from the grassroots levels, and this data fills the national statistics. But why do we have a problem? Because even though we are in the principle of the result-based reporting, where the county government is exploring through the program-based budgets, where we have the inputs, outputs, and the outcomes, and in such a case where we are towards achieving the common goal, we might talk about the impacts. Despite these frameworks, why are we not leveraging the data? And from the conversation we have been getting in this place, it is very clear that the implementation of SDGs at the county level has been opaque. Even the caucus chairperson who came here said that implementation of SDGs at the national level is a problem. At the same time, the devolved functions were not clearly costed. And I may even use the example which was used here by the rapporteur. We had MPs here, and if an MP asks you, what are you doing there? That we have SDG forum. What is SDG? That's the first question. Then make sure that you achieve more results for us. It means that at the institutionalizing of these policies, the MPs cannot do much more about it. So it is about the grassroots levels. And that's why we're employing social accountability to address these challenges and also leverage of the opportunities in aligning the data with the national frameworks. And in doing so, we are also making sure that the voices of the voices from the grassroots are reflected in both global and national policy frameworks. So, Fred, what we should be asking ourselves is as a way forward, because this discussion not only is for the panel members, but also as a reflection that what are the opportunities? What opportunities can we rely on so that the leveraging of data becomes so much clear?
Okay, thank you so much. I think what is coming out from Ojijo very well that there's this term that is brought in called opaque. So probably we'll come back to him and try to elaborate for us what is this opaque. But I think what is coming out very clearly that what was shared with our the caucus chair from the parliament, MP Honorable Ochanda, that 9 out of 17 SDG goals are domiciled at the county level. So thank you so much, Ojijo, and I will now take it to West Pokot. Joel, as you know, in West Pokot, community has power more than even politicians. So as the M&D director and also the M&D, the SDG champion, how do you ensure the community-based data is entrenched into county planning and budgeting?
Thank you for that question. In West Pokot County, we are doing a lot to ensure that we have an inclusive data up to the community level, whereby we have public participation that we are doing each ward to ensure that all the priority programs from the community level are taken care of. Number two, we prepare their reports to ensure that we have accurate information based on what the community have provided so that we align them with the budget process. And then another thing is that we have policies in place and other framework that guide us to ensure that all the information that is gathered taken care of. Like for in West Pokot, we have county statistical policy that was approved, and we are working to implement the policy. We have also the county statistical policy that is guiding the process of data processing at the county level. We have the M&D framework, which is aligned with the SDGs, to ensure that all the SDGs targets are aligned together with the implementation for the county government. We have the indicator handbook for the CADP, which also have all the clear information on SDG goals, which provide the information on SDG 1, SDG up to SDG 17, SDG called 17. So it actually aligned that. And then we have the issue of project database. The project database, although we have not strengthened in terms of making it to be a system, but we actually have a database at the county level to ensure that all the programs that we have done and projects are aligned together. We have also the issue of budget implementation reports and feedback mechanism on the same. So concerning the feedback mechanism, we ensure that all the stakeholders and development partners, community, and all other key developers ensure that they have information on West Pokot progress informations. And then we strengthen the political forums at the county so that we ensure all the political forums have adequate information pertaining what is ongoing. Like, for example, our MCAs are involved actively during the budget process, so that during that process they ensure they understand what is going on within a certain ward, within each financial year, and so on and so forth. The issue of committees at various stages. We strengthen the issue of committees, especially we are trying to strengthen the SDG committees at the county level, and we have aligned all the CCs who have a certain role for SDGs to have be in place as a committee. Like, for example, SDG call 3, SDG call 4, we have to align the person from education and the CC from health to ensure that all things are taken care of on the same. So actually, on part of statistical abstract, we are developing as a county, and it is an ongoing process. We saw that this is a key area that will help us as a county to have the data from various financial years. I think actually we are going to start from 2019 up to 2023, and it will help us to process the data and do the analysis for the same. So that is the ongoing process that we are working on. We are also working on the project management system, although it is still a weak area of concern. So for that, I think, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Joel. I think what is coming out from Joel are two things that I can take. The community feedback mechanism, that at least they are given opportunity to share back and forth with the team leaders. Then I think another involvement of political parties is also coming out, among other things that you said. So I want to go to our online expert. Hello, are you getting me? Our Paris 21. Hello?
The bandwidth?
Yeah, as I know, Paris 21 has technical expertise, especially in capacity building around statistical approaches. So are you able to share with us, we are here, countries, Uganda is here, Tanzania is here, Kenya is here, and a number of CSOs are here. What are some of the best lessons learned or tools that you think you're able to share with the team here that they are able to pick and go and replicate in terms of ensuring inclusivity in SDG measurement? Over to you.
Thank you for this question. So there are two areas where we think there's most leverage when it comes to equipping countries, governments, and citizens alike in leveraging inclusive data. So one of them is, of course, citizen-generated data, which has been mentioned in previous days, and many of you here in the room are part of this initiative, which basically we as Paris 21 support statistics offices in finding technical ways, but also policy-driven ways of including this data in the official statistical processes. So that means not only equipping civil society with skills and tools to collect their own data on the issues that affect them, but also finding quality approaches that will allow National Statistical Office, KNBS, to quality validate, quality assure that this data can inform policy. So the reason the quality is brought so often is because statistics offices follow fundamental principles of official statistics, and they have to put the quality as their utmost priority when they furnish data to policymakers. Yet there exist various approaches, various inclusive approaches that we have been supporting also with partners here in the room to equip statistics office in that inclusive data process. So Kenya has been a trailblazer in the region. Uganda has also plenty of examples to share, I'm sure, on how citizen-generated data has been leveraged by statistics office. But it's also very important to know, and SDG financing has been brought up in the previous discussion, that equipping statistics offices and civil society needs a lot of resources. And we, as someone who is close to, hosted at the OECD and close to donor, our mission is to mobilize funding to support you. And we do that through our regular mandate as Paris-21, but we also do it in the framework of our work on the UN collaborative on citizen data. So this is a partnership, this is a collaborative space where various partners come together because they recognize the value of this work, because they want to support countries who are really decided on this initiative and treat that seriously and implement these approaches in their legal or policy mechanisms. And Kenya is one of them. But we also think that coming together as partners will also provide more and better support to countries than doing things individually. So this is one, the CGD initiative. The second one is strategic planning for statistics. This is our second name for Paris-21. This work consists of equipping statistics offices with strategies and processes to bring various stakeholders together, decide what is the priority data that has to be collected by the country, and what are the capacities that are already here and what are missing that should be supported, and build a strategic plan. It's usually a 5 or 10-year plan, which is then enshrined in a single document, elaborated through various consultative mechanisms. And that single document is a very useful tool for both governments, but also development partners and donors to support statistical system, because all the priorities are enshrined in one-stop shop, so to say. So currently, we also support KNBS on that. I'm sure Sarah will be able to say more about this. But putting together resources with other partners and working towards some policy or legal documents such as NSDS are the key actions I would identify that could leverage the potential of citizen data. And all of you here mentioned the community engagement, and that, it takes the whole village in order to put it on official statistics agenda. However, if we join our forces and through a concerted effort, and VNR was, I think, a catalyst moment for that, there can be really very promising results coming. And as I said, Kenya is really a shining, great example across the region, and many countries are actually turning to us, wanting to learn from Kenya. So I just wanted to recognize that, and also I think this is also an opportunity you can congratulate yourself for this great achievement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Liliana. So what is coming out is the issue of CGD, and I want to pick it from there with Sarah. Sarah, thinking on what you said, and KBS being the champion of all statistical data in the entire country, from Monday to yesterday, the issue has been emerging, the IT, the AI. And I want to specifically pick the issue of AI and also GIS. How will you ensure that GIS and AI is deployed to ensure that there's data inclusivity, especially for the hard to reach? Sarah.
Thank you for that question and raising that debate. Actually, those innovative methodologies or approaches are arising because we have a number of data gaps in the SDG, the National Indicator Framework, that we have not been able to fill using our traditional sources. And when I talk about traditional sources, I'm speaking about the obvious one that we know. Every 10 years we conduct population census. Every 5 years we do a survey to look at all the issues within the households. These are very expensive activities that cannot be conducted every year or every 2 years. So we end up having a number of data gaps or data points that are not, do not have numbers, and that makes it hard for us to track the SDGs in some of the indicators. So these innovative ways are coming out so that at least we can get some data points or data in between, maybe in between DHS, because the last DHS, for example, was done in 2022, and the previous one was done in 2014. What are we able to do in between 2014 and 2022? And what have we been able to do between 2022 and where we are as at now? So we are leveraging on alternative sources of data. The first one is CGD, which was mentioned, Liliana has mentioned. And we've been able to fill a number of data gaps, and they are already in our framework and uploaded on the KNBS websites, especially on education, reproductive health, nutrition, and other indicators using citizen-generated data. However, this data, there are many challenges in this data because some of the citizen-generated data is out there but does not meet the quality threshold. And we still have that role of building the capacity of the producers of CGD so that they are able to produce data that is fit for purpose. And our fit for purpose is data that can be able to be used to report on SDGs. Yeah, or other methodologies have been mentioned, like using AI, leveraging on AI to ensure that we can process the data further and fill other gaps. That is something that we are still working on. And I believe there's an AI strategy that is in the making. We hope to look at the strategy and look at the way we can institutionalize it within KNBS and the entire national statistical system and be able to leverage on it. Also, remote sensing and geospatial data, we're already combining those methodologies with our survey data and to fill some of the data gaps. Just to mention a few, like we've been able to fill some gaps on SDG 11 using distance computing, using geospatial data with the support of UN Habitat. Yeah, so we are trying to leverage on all these innovative ways to ensure that at least we are moving from, I believe I mentioned on the other day that we've moved from, in 2016 we were reporting on 128 indicators, and in 2024 we are reporting on 168. So those are the movements we are making step by step. And I believe with the support of everyone in the room, we'll move further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Sarah was very soft and straight to the point, so I will go connect that with the Leah. Leah, being a community membership organization, so can you share with us some of the best strategies or ways, methodologies, how this the low, the grassroots CBOs, FBOs, self-help groups, youth groups can use to collect data in terms of ensuring we have quality data for measurement of SDGs? Over to you, Leah.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned, an LDO or a local development organization is an umbrella organization. It's a very new concept. We are only 11 LDOs in Kenya, county-based. So the 11 counties involved in this, initiated by USAID. Currently, what we are doing with our membership is we collect data. One of the ways we collect data is use of Google Forms, because we want to leverage on the mobile phone penetration. That you find that most of the people up to the grassroots level, almost every household owns a mobile phone. So what we do to ensure quality is that we develop a data collection form, and then we share it with our members, because the way the LDOs are structured is you have readership from the grassroots level, because an LDO is a co-created organization where several CSOs came together and formed an umbrella organization. So from the members, you go to the village level, and therefore you have representation from the village level. So through these Google Forms, we capture the kind of data or specific data that we need. For example, you find an LDO like the Kiambu Pamoja Trust have about 400 member organizations. And these member organizations also have individual members. So you have about 17,000 individuals who are affiliated to Kiambu Pamoja Trust. Therefore, I can be able to correct data, or have been able to correct data on what are these 400 members doing, what are the activities they're involved in, and then I am able to analyze that data, and I can be able to tell in the agricultural sector, in this SDG, these are the groups that are doing something about it, and this is where they are located, because they're able to even put the coordinates. Further to that, the other way we are correcting data is, and we've talked of public participation. Public participation has become very important because it's a tool for enabling community voices, for people to lead their own development, for them to say this is what we need, not what our leaders are telling us they will do. So what are we doing about it? You find that most of the public participation, people give ideas all their priorities orally. But for us, what we are doing is that we are training our people on how to develop memos and proposals so that when they go for public participation, they are able to present written proposals and then have those written proposals signed by the government officer who is overseeing that public participation. And we get a copy of that. And once the public participation is done, let's say, for example, the last one was on annual development plan. Then we're able to pick what came from the community. Once the county government has done their draft annual development plan, then we're able to analyze even the responsiveness of the government. What is it that came from the community and has been considered in the annual development plan? And then we'll keep following that to throughout the budget making cycle. And then we've also trained what you call budget and social accountability champions, so that they're able to generate data on what is happening on the ground. Kobo Tools is also another tool that we use for generating data. And currently, the 11 LDOs, or the 11 local development organizations, through the support of the USAID Ubora Mashinani program, we are developing what we are calling a membership information management system, so that we are able to have our members giving us information on what exactly they are doing, so that if we have an activity, we can actually report it there, and monthly or quarterly we can be able to generate what our members at the grassroots level doing. And then that data is also used to inform us. For example, when we did a membership data analysis, we realized that we did not have a lot of persons with disabilities in our memberships. Yet we have a lot of people with disability within our communities. So what did we do about it? We therefore made a conscious decision, informed by the data generated, to actually start organizing specific forums for persons with persons living with disability, or persons with disability, so that their voices can also be heard. And therefore, you also prepare them, even when there is public participation. How do we ensure that the persons living with disability or are also participating? And that is informed by data. So data therefore becomes important, because for LDOs, all our programs are co-created. Nothing is cast on stone. It is what is working. Then we collaborate also with other CSOs and other, for example, we have other organizations that are also funded by USAID within the same region. So we sit down to find out what is it, what data do you have, and what data do I have, and therefore you're also able to share data. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Leah. I think what is coming out from Leah are two from the point of digital. So they're talking about use of Kobo, how the community can leverage on Kobo. And as you all know, Kobo is an online digital platform which is free. Then the other thing that's also coming out, the use of community dialogues through public participation. So among others that you already shared with are very clear, and I know you'll also have some questions to throw. So I want to go to Open Institute. On behalf of the CSOs that are here, what do you think are some of the requirements or the need that they may need, so that becomes an actionable point from here that they'll be able to use to enable them to collect quality, timely data for reporting on SDG performance. Over to you.
That's an important question. So among the things that we need are, of course, will. Sometimes I find that in many cases, we don't have the will to go and collect the most granular community-based data because it's tedious. It requires a lot of convening and organizing. If you're listening to my sister and listening to how they organize, it's high depth, very, it has a very high level of follow through that is required. So the first thing that I would say is will. The second thing that I would say is we need to recognize that no two villages are alike, even if they're neighbors. No two villages are alike, which means that context matters. Context in terms of what is important to that particular village, how do they want, what are the biggest issues in that particular space, and what is it that they want to solve first. Sometimes we go with preconceived programming where we think that we want to go and solve a problem that we think would be the problem. For example, people go to the coast here, or they go to Nyanza, Kisumu, and they assume that whatever the community is prioritizing is relating to fish. In some cases, it isn't. You find that sometimes it is, it has nothing to do with fish. It has everything to do with business or trade or whatever it is. So you have to go into that place and with an open enough mind to be able to get whatever it is that the community requires to solve. The third thing, I think, is collection effort together with the community. The community has to be at the forefront of this thing. The first principle of citizen-generated data is that the community has to be involved from the design of the survey. A lot of times, especially from the civil society standpoint, we go with a half-developed survey and we ask them to validate what we want to collect. Now, yesterday I was talking about the question of power dynamics. If I come with a Land Rover and I present to you a half survey and I say I want us to finish it like this, what you will get is yeses. You'll get, yeah, we need that. Yes, let's collect that data. Yes, let's do that. But if you actually want to know what is truly important to a particular community, then you go and you find that it is different. An example I can give you here is that we recently worked with a number of civil CBOs to collect the data with 16,000 women in Kilifi County alone. That's about 4% of women over the age of 15. And what we wanted to do, it was a context data collection exercise, and it was just meant to understand what their context is, especially with regard to money. So you find that people who, a majority of whom earn 200 shillings a day, save 200 shillings a week in a table banking group, so that at the end of the year they can do something significant with that money. And sometimes you find that half of those women have more than one table banking group. But most importantly is that we started discovering out of that data some of the contextual things that they prioritize, even with regard to healthcare. The entire time that we've been speaking with the county about their healthcare initiatives, they've been talking about making sure that they're building dispensaries and facilities everywhere. The truth of the matter is that there is a lot of buildings that have been built across Kilifi County, but they are buildings, not dispensaries, because they are unmanned, unequipped, they have no dowers. And so you find that what the women are saying in this data collection is that we don't care even if the clinic was a tent. It might as well have been a tent. If it is a doctor, we'd rather have a doctor than a building, sort of thing. One of the big things that I learned from the focus group discussions that came after that 16,000 data collection was this, that there's a lot of data that is absolutely not collected. And I know that this session was talking about inclusive data. There's a lot of data that is not collected. There's a lot of data that is about people who are completely left behind because their data is not collected. An example is a woman who has made a delivery 16 times but has 8 children. Those 8 children who are not, who were not given birth to, who are not alive as at the time of the birth, many times were not recorded because of the fact that they were not delivered in a hospital, but they were delivered at home or on the way to the hospital. One woman told me the story and said that I gave birth multiple times on the way to the hospital from Adu, which is in northern Magarini sub-county. And it takes her more than an hour on a motorbike to get to the nearest maternity facility. Now, if it takes you more than an hour on a motorbike and you are in labor and you're on a motorbike, chances are that baby is going to come because of all this thing that is happening. You stop the motorbike on the side of the road and you lay a shuka on the ground and you give birth. This baby dies for whatever reasons, environmental reasons, dirt, whatever it is. Baby dies. Do you still go on for the next 40 minutes to the hospital, or do you turn back? 80% we learned, and that's an actual number, 80% of those women who talked to us about that went back. They buried the baby, and they moved on with life. So that recording was not done. It was not done at the chiefs. It was not done anywhere. Still in Kilifi County, with these women, we learned that there are school teachers who are midwives. We met a school teacher who has given birth to, I think, something like 19 children. I'm trying to remember the story very well. Something like 19 children. But out of the 19, most were successful, 6 were unsuccessful, 4 of them, even the mother died. These are students in school who have gone into labor in school. And so in school, they have actually now, on the side of the class, they have all the necessary gear that they need to have just in case somebody requires to give birth now. This is data that is not collected because a lot of that data, what happens is when this child has given birth to another child, they are sent home, not to hospital, because it's a successful birth. They're sent home. If that child dies, that's recorded in school, and it is given to the chief and to the police and so on and so forth. But don't forget that this school is also very, very far away from the nearest chief, and so the recording may slip through the cracks. Maybe it is an SMS that was sent to the chief, and the chief receives that SMS at home and says, okay, so what have you done about it? The baby has been buried. Okay. Is there a guarantee that that data has been recorded at the health directorate? Most likely not. So these data gaps that exist are the things that as CSOs, we have to become a lot more alive to, because of the fact that there is information. When you're thinking about inclusive data, then you start to think about what is being excluded so that you can include it. The fact of the matter is there's a lot of this sort of nuance and contextual data that is missed simply because of the fact that we haven't yet aligned ourselves to think about what is missing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that's very powerful, and I hope the rapporteurs are picking. Those are straightforward points for the way forward. So I want to now go to the last expert from the UN, so that I throw it back to the gallery, because I know gallery again also having a lot of questions. So from the UN and from the global perspective, and you're listening to what the other panelists have already said, what do you think are the best strategies that from the global and from the standard point of view can be put in place to ensure the CSOs, the countries, the counties, the communities can put in place in terms of ensuring that we have inclusive data in terms of collection, reporting, dissemination, utilization, for the remaining time, the remaining for us to at least achieve almost 70%. So a good example, I think USAID has been championing, and one of the strategies in terms of ensuring inclusivity is called SAD. SAD is sex, age, data aggregated. So if you can also pick it so that at least as you share others, then that, so it's called SAD, S-A-D-D. Sex, age, data disaggregated. So even me, as I was considering this team now, if you look, I have 30% of gender. But again, if you look it again, I may be thrown away because I don't have any person with what? Disability. If anybody is here thinking the court was even outside there, somebody could have already run to the court and say, no, Fed panel cannot continue because what? The disability is that one. The other day, I think I was somewhere, then one of the members of the layer was telling that PW2 isn't a number plate. But Leah will be able to share later. Leah, PW is not a number plate. So Benson, from that point of view, what are some of the maybe 3-4 strategies that probably can share with this team here that they can go going forward? They will ensure that we have inclusivity in data collection, reporting, dissemination, utilization for us to have SDG performance measurement before the timeline that we are having. Over to you, Benson.
Oh, thank you very much. I wish I was not in this panel so that this very good reporting from the ground could continue. I like the stories from Kiambu, Kilifi, and West Pokot. But anyhow, at the global level, I think one of the things that data standards and global standards are looking at is to ensure as much as is logically possible, you have very well disaggregated data. And the idea of having very well disaggregated data is to ensure that you're supporting LNOB. You're leaving no one behind, so that policy, planning, and the rest of the processes understand and highlight the critical issues in society. So first of all is to ensure that desegregation is as far-reaching as possible. Many years ago, we were just keen with the sex, male or female. Then the age became important. Now we even have regions, we have a person with disabilities, and this desegregation will continue so that it reflects as much as is possible those being left behind or likely to be left behind. But let me go to one of the easy strategies. I think going with the reality of times is that digitization and the use of mobile apps and digital assets gives us an opportunity to even collect data at real time. Now, the processing of it is another issue, whether you need a database or what other systems come in for the data to be processed. But most countries are being urged to invest in a public digital system, digital public infrastructure. Because within that sphere of people using digital systems, you are able to capture a lot of data from source, whether it's from persons and institutions. And therefore, it's now upon the statistical units, whether at the national level or the big international organizations or even local organizations, to pick that data that is available and process it further. The other issue is about using open source systems so that they are not controlled and this data is available, of course taking care of confidentiality of persons and if there are any privileged information, it's handled the way it should be handled. But as long as you're using open source systems, even the data researchers and people looking for data have a place to go and get this data, like one of the gentlemen has raised, that there's a lot of data that is not being collected. If researchers and people interested knew where this data can be found in a digital form, it becomes costly to look for it and maybe process it, because I'm sure you're aware, and most of you might have gone to an institution of higher learning. Every year, there are students doing their master's degrees, PhD degrees, undergraduates, some diplomas. And one of the challenges they tend to have is data collection, because it's an expensive exercise. So if there was a repository of data using this public digital infrastructure, it becomes very easy for them to collect secondary data and continue with their studies. Then once again, those studies are publicly shared so that anyone interested could go in and get the data. I think the other issue would be cooperation, collaboration and cooperation among the various data generators. I see nothing wrong with if you generate data and you are unable to process it further, you can share it or hand it over or make it available to others. Okay, so that critical step, I might not have budgeted for that, but I could have the mechanism to process data that you've collected as long as once I run through it, it meets the threshold I have. But all in all, I think going back to what the representative of the Bureau has mentioned, it is critical that we come up with ways to ensure that we have timely reporting, especially on the SDGs and the VLRs. We really tried as the UN system and working with government to ensure that we try and have almost the 47 countries producing a voluntary local report. But one of the challenges the counties were raising is that they'll not be able to come up with critical data within that period to do the reporting. And so many of them ended up falling off. And we only managed to have 17, although the UN had adequately prepared to have as many as possible reporting. So these data challenges are with us. I'm aware KNBS organized a strategy a week ago for the key data stakeholders to sort of agree on some of these things. But at the global level, I think there still needs to be more investment in data and statistics. And I think as a country, we are still not investing enough. I think the rule of the thumb would be something between 2 and 5% of public investments into data, the whole data ecosystem, so that you can have timely data that is reliable and easy to use. I think I'll end there.
Okay, thank you so much. I think one thing is coming out very clearly is the issue of openness, so that once you collect data, you can be able to give it to the next level that will be able to process, instead of just having it alone on yourself. So I think because of the interest of time, and I'm seeing the gallery is seriously looking that they're having a number of questions to ask, so I will ask them that please, we have CSOs, and there are 3 of them. So we have Leah from KPT, and then we have Alcax from the Open Institute, and then we have Ojijo from IDF Kenya, and then from the county we have West Pokot, and then the national level we have Kenya National Bureaus, and then we have our UN. So you have to be very specific question, who are you throwing the questions to? So because political parties are next to me here and numbers are sometimes issues, so let me start with them.
My first question goes to Leah. Leah, I appreciate what you are doing on ground, but my question is, you have mentioned about training your members to do memos, and during public participation, they hand over those memos. What I wish to know is that how do you follow up on these issues of memos after your members have forwarded these memos to those particular officials, be it counties, be it MPs, be it government? How do you follow up to find out that actually they actually adhere to those memos or whatever suggestion that has happened? In crowds, we understand that nowadays public participation, there are actually people who are ferried to come to those public participation to suit the person who has called for that public participation. So how do you follow it up to find that this, whatever you have done in those memos is actually done? The second appreciation goes to Alcax. Alcax, you are very open as Open Institute, that the flow of thought in your mind is actually enriching us. I'm even wondering that if you are in Kilifi, have you ever shared with these leaders that are in Kilifi the information you are having? For sure you are too grounded, and I really appreciate you being grounded in Kilifi. And I appreciate, and I'll actually try to reach you out to share with our governor, who is Mheshimiwa Mungaro, that the things you are speaking right now, you are touching the people on the ground. And what you are saying is exactly what is on the ground. I've had an advantage of being in Kilifi most of the time, and I really appreciate that what you are saying is exactly what is on that ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I can make a comment before my questions. When it comes to multiple data generators, it's possible maybe also to look at the possibility of having overlap, let's say different CSOs at same communities, because in my experience, I've seen this one happens a lot. So as we were talking or maybe responding, maybe you can let us know, especially the people in the CSOs, and together also with the county government, how you deal with that. Again, I see in my experience also from comments about data, somebody mentioned here earlier, we'll keep talking about this data day in, day out. And until we come to a point where we put one place where people are responsible, and I would have been happy to see somebody from the county government, or maybe at the planning, because they are the first stop of this data, then it's cascaded to the national level. And is there a situation where even us as partners and stakeholders, we don't want to disorganize the status quo where we have programs that are funded to do monitoring and want to stick in our own silos and not want to engage the counties? I think that until that conversation happens, where we take data to one place and led by one person, or whether ideally should be the government, then we'll make our way forward. Then again, the National Bureau of Statistics talked about, they do surveys. I know they work with surveys, it's very expensive. And these surveys are done, I think, let's say 2024, she said 2014 and 2019, and then SDG milestones are different. We are reporting, like I saw there was SDG +5 milestone, now we are going +10. So they are not coming at the same time. And how do you expect them to consolidate all this data and report? You see there's a lot of gap there. Then I appreciate the fact that I heard from Leah from Kiambu, you're using the mobile to web kind of situation, Kobo Collect, the ODKs and all this. I think that's a way to go, as said by Kimani from UN, that until we do systems, maybe the surveys are good to see where we are going, these household surveys, but until we have very, robust management, data management systems, like I see, the health is doing quite well. I think they have a DHIS2 or something that works from Mashinana. I saw it in Turkana County, where I visited the hospitals and the people at the county, the health workers, they have a way of collecting their data. But until maybe there's a lot of investment in these management systems, these are the things we are doing as CSOs and doing pockets of data collection, overlapping. We'll keep talking about this data day in, day out. So that comes to my question. The people from the county, I know there's one from government, the Kenya Bureau of Statistics. Do you think that this conversation can start where data is centralized, whether in form of systems? It doesn't matter how much, we are spending too much already, but in small pockets, that can be done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, panelists. My name is George Awala, and I work with VSO, and I also co-chair the SDGs Kenya Forum. So there's a lot of progress that has been made in Kenya around engagement between citizens and the government on issues around data. So we have a criteria for validating citizen-generated data. We do also have the quality assurance framework. My question is around trust, because these are broad documents. We are working towards different levels of implementation of these documents or whatever is outlined in those documents. So do we trust each other so that if citizens present this data, the government will say, yes, this represents the voice of Wanjiku or Onyango or Mutiso, and we'll do something about it. Then secondly, data is not just data for the sake of having data and feeling good about having that data. Is there a way in which we are really reflecting on what is this data telling us around planning and the future? Because sometimes I think the government systems get lost into this structured way of planning and thinking. As we sit here, China is looking at 100+ years from now. So they're not planning for 5 years, they're not planning for 2030, they're not planning for 2065. They're looking ahead. So is this data informing us in terms of that longer horizon planning? And if so, what is it telling us and what should we do differently so that we can be a superpower, because Kenya should not just be sitting here. We should be leading in Africa. We should be leading globally. And also looking at the youth dividend and the opportunities that that provides. How are we putting this together so that it will inform the trajectory of growth, but also even the economics and social development of this country? And then lastly, the issue of an open space for engagement. Yesterday, women were in the streets. They were really just saying, stop killing us. And what's wrong with that? And then the government really comes down on them hard. There was data that's informing that much, because statistics and media reports were showing that there's something happening and something needs to be done. So I think I'm talking both to government, but I'm also talking to civil society. How do we ensure that we are building this trust and the government also plays its active role? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My question is to Sarah Omache. I know that the government of Kenya is a signatory to the Power of Data initiative, and I'm wondering how KNBS and other partners plan to leverage the power of data to improve financing for data and statistics. And Benson could also contribute to that. Thank you.
So let's respond to those ones first, then we'll take the second batch of the questions. So Sarah, you pick it up, then you give it to Leah.
Thank you. I do not know which one to start with. Let me start with the last one, because it's the most recent. How we are going to leverage on the Power of Data initiative to ensure that we ensure that production of timely and quality statistics is improved over time. The Power of Data initiative is a high-level political initiative led by the UN, KNBS, and other major partners in the country to ensure that there is high-level political support for investment in data and statistics. Recent times have shown that there is not sufficient investment in data. We've talked about the amount of resources that are required for us to fill a number of data gaps, particularly in the SDGs. So this is the focus of this Power of Data initiative, that KNBS, not only KNBS, but all the partners or all the actors within the data ecosystem are able to ensure that they have the capacity to ensure that statistics is produced to fill the data gaps particularly for the SDG, because the bottom line is on sustainable development. So we held a national data partnership meeting in April this year, where we had many stakeholders. I know some people in the room were in that event. And we are trying to leverage, particularly on innovations, to ensure that we are not doing the same thing over and over again. We are not relying on the traditional methods of data collection and curation, but we are moving into innovative. We are trying to leverage on AI. We are trying to leverage on geospatial data, citizen-generated data, to ensure that there is inclusivity. This is linked to another program on inclusive data, where we are trying to ensure that no one is left behind by using citizen-generated data, disaggregating data by gender, disaggregating data by disability. I think that was mentioned. This is also linked to the Power of Data initiative. So all these things are going to be reflected in the strategy that everyone has been speaking about. That is the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics, which is essentially the planning tool. Liliana mentioned it. It's the planning tool that has been used for the national statistical system, but now moving out of the traditional government, KNBS plus ministries, departments, agencies, and counties, but into an entire data ecosystem, which brings on board other players like the private sector, civil society organizations, the UN body, researchers, and academia, who have been mentioned by other panelists as key players in ensuring that we have all-inclusive data. So we hope to leverage on these two items. That is the Power of Data initiative and the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics, to ensure the period of the strategy is up to 2028, to ensure that by that time, at least the strategies, the priorities we have in the strategy will enable us move, and at that time maybe we'll be reporting on a higher percentage of indicators, and we'll have tracked the SDGs. Thank you. Oh, there's another issue that arose about trust between citizens and government. And I can refer earlier to one panelist who said that not two villages are not the same. No two villages are the same. I think that is maybe the difference between how we collect data using the international standards, that is statistical standards, and how civil society organizations collect their data. When we are doing our sampling, we usually have some clusters of villages that we assume are homogeneous. Like if we collect data in one particular village, we can use that data to impute the situation in another village. So there's that assumption that these two villages are homogeneous, they are the same. However, that is where citizen-generated data comes in. It is going to reveal some of those differences that are in these two villages, and maybe that will inform the way we design our tools of data collection in the next cycle of data collection. So that is one other purpose for us to to work closely with civil society organizations, for us to reveal some of those differences between villages, households that are not revealed in the international standards that we use. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to answer the question that was asked by my brother there on how do we follow up after the public participation. So basically what we do, as I mentioned, is that we have readership from ground level going up. So what happens is during public participation, for example, it is within a ward, we have a ward representative. So when they make their presentation, a copy of their memo is submitted to the county government or the county government officer who is reading that public participation forum, and a copy comes to us. Let me give an example of the annual development plan that, for example, in Kiambu happened in the month of August. So all our sub-counties, Kiambu has 60 wards that translates to 12 constituencies. They all submitted their memo. So from the ward level, they compile one for the sub-county. And therefore, because the public participation in Kiambu is currently taking place at the sub-county level, they submit as a sub-county. So a copy comes to us, a copy goes to the county government. So when the county executive finally did their draft ADP, which they submitted to the county assembly because the county assembly has to approve, we took that draft and we did an analysis. This is what the community gave us in each of the 10 departments. So for example, it's the Department of Education. What did the communities demand? What were their priority projects? What has the county executive put in the draft? And the one they are submitting to the county assembly. So our next step is going to be the one now approved by the county assembly. What is it that they captured? Have they dropped some things? Have they added some things? Because now we have the original data. And now, during the public participation at the assembly level, what we did, we now did a petition. Appealing, like for example, I can tell you for the annual development plan for 2025-2026, the Kiambu County government, the executive, considered 83% of what came from the communities. So we can be able to even tell the level of responsiveness. We have member organizations, for example, you have a member organization that was pushing for the repealing of RAD rates in Kiambu. And they had compiled all their petitions. Any letter they said to the county, be it to the governor, to the county assembly, that is compiled. So that then you have the history. On this date, this happened. So that you are able to track what is the stage. For example, that repealing of RAD rates is now awaiting for the governor to sign, to assent it into an act. But he has delayed. So there is an action. Why is the governor not signing? And the county assembly has already passed it in the assembly. So when you do documented information, then it enables you to be able to closely follow, as opposed to when we give oral submissions. Because when I give an oral submission, after that, I can change my story. But when it is written, then it becomes necessary. So that is one, how we are following it up. And my colleague here will also add.
Thank you. Trust is ambiguous sometimes, but it depends with the level at which you're looking at. And I want to give two scenarios. There's a program in Tanzania by CARE. They wanted to address the access to water as a key issue, whereby 6 boreholes were constructed. But after 6 months, it was found that only 1 borehole was active. The aspect of the problem analysis was on access to water. Neither was there a data on the number of the increased cases of gender violence. So when they sat down and analyzed why are women not utilizing this water, they realized that women took the time to go to the streams to mitigate gender issues. The water boreholes were nearer to their homes, but the streams are further for the mitigation issues. So from that data, who misled the other? Look at this scenario also. A development partner in a malaria program declares that malaria has reduced by this percentage. Let us stop of 36%. It means we have to curtail some of the expenditures for the sprayers and other issues and utilities. But we are not asking ourselves, if it is at the county level, what do we do with the surveillance? There is more expenditure which is going to occur in the surveillance. And if such things happen in the counties, we are leaving a gap. So there is no trust. What I can say is that as Kenya, we have a framework for public participation and engagement. Perhaps the SDGs measurement can be put in these frameworks, because we have also not asked ourselves, what about the policymakers are embedded in interest, whereby there is no access to this data? So let us also change and transform our approach in the implementation of SDGs. Let us take that diagnostic approach. That is what I'm focusing for. Because the supply and demand which we have at the grassroots level is not working at all. There is no one who can account for it. There is no one who can bring it together. Because for a long time and decades, we have been talking about access to information. We have been talking to other social accountability initiatives which can bring things open, but they're not working. Let us also focus in strengthening the governments to make sure they're responsive and also they adhere to this standard data. I think with that chemistry, the level of trust can come very, very much clear. Thank you.
I think the big thing, first of all, thank you, brother. But I wanted to comment on the remarks made by my sister there about that we need to have a space where data goes. First of all, at civil society level, everybody who's not civil society, just cover your ears for a minute. Do we trust each other to make our data available to each other? One of the biggest challenges that is existing right now is that we are all collecting data. I am collecting data in Kilifi, Leigh is collecting data in Kiambu, maybe I have also collected data in Kiambu, and so on, but I keep it to myself. Why? Because me and Leigh are competing for the same donor funds, and we want to make sure that we all shine, so therefore we don't want to share the data. So the story then in a lot of civil society organizations is more about funding than about development. It is important that as civil society organizations, we do what we demand of government. We demand that Sarah here makes all data that government has available to the public. We also have to do the same. It is important that we all have a platform where all our citizen-generated data goes. I remember, I think it was earlier in the year, I was suggesting to Sarah that maybe that platform should be based at KNBS with a massive disclaimer at the top that this is not official data or this is not official statistics. But it becomes a place where everybody goes and throws in that data it can be validated in the same way that Wikipedia validates its content. On Wikipedia, I can go and I write something about Davis, and somebody else will come and correct that information where I am not factual. And there will be a full sort of version or record that shows that this person went and changed this content because it is not factual and so on and so forth. Technology allows this to be possible. So what if we had an open commons for data that is a civil society commons, that we just go in and all of us throw in our data in there, so that then it provides a new level of national context, because the data scientists will go in there. They will study this data that has been collected by Open Institute, by other organizations, and they're all there, and it's all about Kiambu. They will go there and they'll analyze together with official statistics, and there's a picture that they will get that will be useful for development that is not commonly there. But the first step for that is that as civil society organizations, we need to compete less and share more. And I think that is where a lot of the gap lies.
Just before you go to the next slide, I want to add on something he has said about working in competition. One of the reasons why the local development organizations are coming up, it's because local development organizations are community-owned and community-led. They are not NGOs. They are not civil societies. They are working towards bringing civil societies together to work in collaboration rather than in competition. Why? Because, as we said, over the years, we have the international donors. They've been giving money for programs. CSOs implement programs. I have a 2-year project. Once I'm done, I'm gone. And sustainability goes away. Who takes care of the community which was benefiting from that? That is why the concept of LDO is coming up, to ensure that there is even sustainability. For example, you find that within a county like in Kiambu, for USAID, if you are funded by USAID, we are not supposed to duplicate. So if I have an activity on health program, and World Vision is implementing a health program in Kiambu, Kiambu Pamoja Trust will not implement that activity. I will work with World Vision to implement that activity, because we are being funded by the same donor. So why should we duplicate the same thing, not replicate, but duplicate the same thing, and sometimes targeting the same person? Therefore, you find that you have areas where, like you go to Turkana, and I think we talked about Turkana yesterday. There are so many international bodies working in Turkana, yet we keep saying once the program is over, people remain as they are. Right now we have an LDU in Turkana which is doing less or more the same that Kiambu is doing, and trying to bring these partners together so that we can share information, so that I don't repeat the same thing. It's just like that we are saying with the education funding. You find one is funded by CDF, the same person is funded by county education fund, the same person is benefiting from another government fund. And this same person is also getting a scholarship, maybe even from a private sector. So that information then needs to be shared so that then we are able to utilize resources properly. So if you are coming from a county where you are hearing of an LDO, local development organization, as a CSO, I would urge you, go and find out how you can work with that LDO, because it makes it easier. Right now, I have, like, for example, Agriculture Development Service in Kiambu. They're implementing a program on agriculture and renewable energy. And whenever they need community groups to train, they call me. Can you refer to us some groups that are in the agriculture sector? Why? Because I have that data. So let us share information. Let us collaborate and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Leah, you almost answered what I was to ask. And my question was actually touching on sustainability. And with the donor-funded programs, if you said Project Eden today in Kiambu, will that data continue being generated? And the same aspect with the Kilifi. If Open Society leaves Kilifi, will that data continue being generated? And maybe the other aspect is in terms of the linkage between you as a CSO with the county and mostly with also the KNBS in terms of that data and also support, because we need that continuity. I don't know what is happening. That was my concern. And again, also to KNBS, whether there is the aspect of mapping such very good CSOs who are, aiding in terms of data collection, and how maybe that can be utilized.
My name is Anthony from SDEP. My question was to KNBS on the threshold of this citizen-generated data, and you've said that most of them did not meet the threshold. So what are the strategies you're doing so that we encourage more citizen-generated data in the system? Because from this conference, we've identified that most of the data are citizen-generated, and once we are able to harmonize them, we'll have a more comprehensive report in terms of even the VLRs. So what are the strategies you are doing, and how long have you taken to incorporate the aspect of citizen-generated data in the KNBS system, and how long will you take to make sure the threshold are met?
Yeah, so let's not forget Paris also is online, so that we also should question to them. Yeah, then we are only taking another 3, one from this row, then the rest the other side. So please, because of the interest of time.
Thank you so much. My name is Purity Mutesia. My curiosity is on the role culture plays. Yes, my curiosity is on the role of culture in the data collection. And I know we have different expectations by the culture that discourage the information or discourage the way people express and which information to give. For example, when I talk of gender, GBV, we have some cultures that discourage men from expressing the gender-based violence they are facing. So I would like to know how you handle culture to get the maximum information from people. Thank you.
All right. Maybe just to echo what one of the panelists has said about differences in villages, and I can speak for marginalized communities. When I say contextual data is important for purposes of interpretation, that is correct interpretation. So my question is, how do we consider the aspect of context, especially when we're doing national comparison, which has to guide decision makers or even funders or development partners, since we did, individual data collection from different counties. So how do we avoid over-compromising on the consolidation or validation process so that we take context into consideration, especially for performance and measuring progress?
Thank you, everybody, for the very interesting discussion. I have actually 2 questions. And first is, how do you take into account the both positive and negative interconnections between the different SDGs? And the second one is, how do you involve qualitative data researchers in the work? Because I think these relate a lot to the discussion that has been ongoing. For example, the case given by Open Institute. I think this is intersection of between SDGs 1 and 3 and 5, and then if there would be some kind of analysis of children born on the road to the hospitals, not recorded, done qualitative research, I think there could be very interesting information that could be used. So maybe qualitative research could be kind of an interlinkage between the community-based data and the statistical data. And and then how do you develop the interconnections in the work of KNBS? Thank you.
So thank you very much, and I really appreciate Leah. Thank you very much for the good work that you are doing. And you know, actually the terminology of data, I don't know how our older people can understand that, data collection. And also, as we say, civil society, but also in government. The traditional approach has been that data is collected to give the meaning and purpose to the organization, but not to the target population. That we want to justify that we are using resources, we want some funding for this because there is an issue here. So I like the way that it has come out from the panel there that it's equally important that we generate data that has, number one, the ownership, the meaning, and the purpose. How do we get, for example, our older people to be involved, but also informed? You see, a participation that is informed, that they know this data is meant for us. And because in a way, the other aspect that we are missing from data collection is a lot of data is collected, but where is the feedback from the people? Have we had, even the census, have we had Kenyans saying that this was okay, this does not reflect the reality of us on the ground? So it's equally important also to consider the two-way approach, that data is collected, but also there is the aspect of disseminating so that the people are satisfied that this data talks to us. And finally, is a question of what can bring us there is, for example, designing all-inclusive tools. That is, inclusive tools meaning that they have, and I think it has been mentioned, the issue of the age, the sex, but also the disability. I like the data that was shared yesterday on the inequality data that was there. And it had a lot of meaning for older people because we have also the age, and also our census has also the age. For example, the age cohort of the older people are from 60 to 64, 61 to 69, all that way. It talks a lot on how people then utilize the same data also to build their self-drive, that is to do things on their own so that they can also benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is around the risks and mitigation measures around incorporating innovation and technology to supplement the gaps around collection and analysis of data. And so I'm thinking specifically from a gender perspective, and I'll give you a very simple example around AI. So I've asked my ChatGPT to tell me a story about a nurse and a doctor. And he told me a story about Dr. Samuel Mwangi and nurse Aisha someone, right? And I asked it, do you think your answer has a gender bias? Why is your doctor automatically a man and your nurse automatically a woman? And it said, of course, yeah, you know, this is based on stereotypes and things like that. And I asked Gemini from Google, you know, the same question, and it told me a story about Dr. Alex. So I think it's from a very simple, you know, place, but it does show some of the biases that we have as a community are being carried into the technology space. So I think across the board, what are some of the risks in as far as integrating innovation and technology in the data space, and what are the mitigation measures that are being taken?
Good morning. My name is Cyrus Irongo. I'm the SDG champion Nyandaro. My question is to KNBS and the counties, as well as our colleagues from the State Department for Economic Planning. Counties do a lot of reporting, and we prepare so many reports. But now, for example, when we are told to report on the SDG progress, it becomes a challenge because largely we focus on outputs. Like a colleague had said yesterday, we'll say we prepare so many reports. For example, dispensaries. We have constructed like 10 dispensaries. But really, are they useful? Are they making an impact? And when you're reporting on SDGs, we have to say we were at this state. Access was at this rate. Since we constructed 10 dispensaries, what's the progress? So my question is to the State Department for Economic Planning as well as KNBS and maybe National Treasury as a whole. They are the one who provide the guidelines for preparing these reports. Maybe as we move forward, we need to focus more on outcomes as opposed to outputs. We'll say we have constructed 10 kilometers. Did it increase access, or did the MCA select the road based on the election popularity? So I think we need to focus more on outcomes in our reportings So that now, if you are focusing on outcomes, when you are preparing the VLR, it's very simple. Even for me as the SDG champion, if you ask me, what progress have you made on SDG 2? I'll just pull up the reports, the quarterly report, what did he say? We have this and this. But currently, that linkage between the roads, the infrastructure, and what we are doing versus the outcomes. Are we reducing maternal mortality? Are we increasing access to ECD education? All this, it becomes a problem. And now when you ask a county to prepare a VLR,
So now what will you do next time to ensure that more or all the counties are able to develop that? Lastly, Sarah Omache, also thank you for those great insights from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. In your role of building capacity of data producers to produce citizen-generated data that meets the quality criteria, how are you doing that? Are you reaching out directly to civil society organizations? And what does it take to partner with you, for example, to reach different stakeholders in the community, like young people, for instance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to give the panelists to respond to the question. But before that, allow me to give Liliana some time just to maybe give us our last word and also the outlook for 2025 in case of any before the team here respond to the question. Liliana, are you still online?
Yes, thank you so much for this question. I've been following the discussion very closely, and it's really great to hear that. Also because we don't always have this opportunity to hear subnational stakeholders and community stakeholders. So maybe just to give you a perspective from the donor side, just to say that there's a growing interest of donors to support the initiative of citizen data and citizen-generated data. So Paris 21, but also many of organizations here in the room are part of what we call a collaborative movement, which is actually partners coming together, partners who support civil society inclusion in official data. They come together and try to develop a new framework for statistics offices to actually integrate the voices of citizens in a harmonized manner, because those standards and methodologies, which may not necessarily be understood by communities, they are the guiding principles for statistics offices, and their development has to happen at the level of United Nations and be approved by high-level United Nations Statistical Commission before it can trickle down to the national level ways and modus operandi and mechanisms. So this is just to kind of give you a perspective of how a National Statistical Office can be as it has to actually follow some methodologies that are approved globally. Because they are also informed by various experiences. They follow quality approaches. They follow also approaches that hopefully can build trust of users, right? So this is just to give you a more kind of abstract perspective, but we are actively mobilizing resources for this, and we hope to, provide a more comprehensive framework for this approach sometime, hopefully end of next year. But in the meantime, we have a draft that will be presented at the United Nations Statistical Commission. We also work closely with other communities and statistical offices from other countries to actually have those stories. For example, Al has just been giving a powerful example of a story, and also speaking to the question from the floor on qualitative data. I think there's so much power in storytelling, right? And we very often, when we just chase those numbers and data-driven approaches, we forget that we as humans, we are moved by these stories, and donors are moved by the stories too. So if we come together and demonstrate how citizen data can actually contribute to saving lives, how citizen data can contribute to changing our realities in our communities, how that context matters, right? How that context can be fleshed out to tell a powerful story, and how your statistics office can integrate that in official statistics. I think this is a really great example, and we have some of these stories already curated, but having a platform, as I also suggested, where that data can be, the power of that data can be demonstrated and fleshed out for, policymakers, for the use of by counties. I think this is also going to require some concerted efforts by many of you in the room. So I know SDG Kenya Forum has been working on that front very closely with KNBS. They signed a memorandum of understanding this year, which is really a great step towards institutionalizing this approach. But I think all of you, I encourage you to further see how you can closely work together towards impactful, what I say in quote, outcome, which is basically to showcase the examples that you have and link them to development outcomes. Outcomes were just mentioned by a speaker from the floor. And I think, there are technical approaches, but there are also advocacy approaches that we should all try to put
Recording
together
stopped.
To support this initiative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will allow the team to, as you respond to your respective question, then you sign off also. So maybe probably two minutes to each because of the time. The rest we can, people can catch up with you during the tea time and also as we longer move. Liliana, you can still say online, more is still to come, so pick it up.
Thank you so much for, for that time. And first of all, I'll respond to some few response based on what they have raised. One was the issue of stakeholders' involvement at the county level, whereby during the process of reporting, we normally have validation forums with the stakeholders, especially the development partners within counties. I think I'm referring to West Pokot County, and which is coordinated by the NDMA at the county level. We are still strengthening that to also involve all other stakeholders and the executive and legislature at the county level. So we, like for example, in West Pokot County, we had a wonderful forum planned by His Excellency the Governor, whereby we were able to have a participants of around 65 stakeholders for West Pokot County, which was actually a very good achievement to know our development partners within the county. And then the issue of, we also have a resource mobilization directorate whereby they strengthen by having all development partners on board through the resource mobilization directorate. On the issue of decentralizing of the data, as I said earlier, we are working on the CSA, and actually the KNBS at the county level at the secretariat, including the county statistical unit. So both the secretariat from the KNBS at the county and the statistical unit provide the Secretariat for County Statistical Abstract. So we are strengthening that coordination so that we have the data from national government sections within the counties, which will be helped by the KNBS, and the county statistical unit collect the data from all departments in the counties, so that all the interventions that we are doing at the county are taken care of. On the issue of data collection tools, when we were trying to internalize the data, the tools that was provided by KNBS, we have the issue of county-specific. County-specific have different data collection approach of collecting. So, for instance, the data from Mombasa County and the one for West Pokot might differ because of some of the data that is required. So we need maybe to actively involve counties when we are developing the tool so that we align the county-specific approach. And then the issue of quality of data, I think that one, according to the tool that was developed, and having an approach of collecting an official statistics that will provide quality data at the end of it all. So we still experience some challenges, maybe at the county level. Like, for example, we still have a weak stakeholder engagement, especially from various fields. So we need maybe to strengthen that by having a very strong level of engagement with stakeholders, especially for the SDG sensitization. We need to sensitize all areas at the county level, and I am very sure it is all to all other counties, because I remember we were given a chance to work on VLR, and very few counties participated, meaning we need to involve all other 47 counties to champion for the preparation of the SDG reports. And it is my request as a representative of the counties that let us involve all other counties so that we learn from experience from other counties. And on the issue of, we still experience some maybe budget constraints on strengthening the SDGs at various levels, at the county level. That's why I think that is the key area that you can realize some of the counties are not participating in preparation of those reports because of such issues of maybe constraint of facilitation and so on and so forth. And lastly, I think training should be strengthened to the lower level of at county government to ensure that all participants get information on the SDGs and any other intervention that ensure that the country and even in the national level get progress well. So lastly, standard tools. Standard tools should be ensured that we have the tools to ensure all the information are in line with what is collected. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. I think there have been interesting reactions from the plenary, very, very interesting. I'll just react to three of them, actually four, very quickly. The first one is on the AI bias. I think we all agree that the AI is developed by people. And so if what the commentator raised is that humans are carrying their biases into the AI development. So since these are programs developed by people or persons or teams, one of the ways to improve or reduce biases is to look at agenda policy for AIs, that information within AI systems should, as much as is possible, gender sensitive or whatever considerations need to be made. And another way could be coming up with an assessment tool of the AI programs on which ones could be having the highest biases, so that even the developers are informed and they can take the corrective action. Secondly is on the question by Arnold on the county voluntary reporting. Arnold, we first started with 5 counties. We had intended to have more, but 5 successfully reported. Then this time round, 17 successfully reported. So you can see that's a compounding effect of almost ×3. So we are hoping the next time we'll have 51, but we only have 47 counties. I think at the UN and also the national government, there is always that capacity to help and the planning internally, but also the cooperation of the counties is important to ensure that they successfully report. But the plan is there to ensure all counties are reporting. Actually, by 2030, the plan within the UN is to ensure counties have reported at least 3 times. Okay? So the intentions are good. Thirdly is on the issue of, I think what is coming out from plenary, we'll still continue to invest in data and data systems and data ecosystems. And here, some of us are already thinking of a data modernization program, you know, a very wholesale program that looks at, because if you look at some countries have now advanced beyond having censuses, because they are able to capture the information you'll get at the census real time. The people being born, the people who are dying, the people who are coming into the country, and the people who are departing the country. So you find using such an elaborate system is giving you almost 95% degree of confidence in the results or the number of people in that country. So that eliminates the need of doing a census. If you look at the cost of doing the 2019 census, unless I forgot it, it was almost 11 billion. Now, if you put that investment into systems and programs, you might almost get the real result or the near real result that you get by conducting an actual census. So it's something we need to agree as data people. Then, of course, digitization of systems and processes allows you to capture data at source. So as long as we are capturing data at source, there is always later on when the data can be picked up and processed and made sense out of. Thank you.
I'll summarize. I had a number of questions, but I'm going to respond to just 2. The first one is on the county government. I believe Joel has spoken well on how we are working with the counties. Someone asked about the guidelines. We have specific guidelines to county governments on how to develop county statistical abstracts. I think that is separate from the guidance they get from State Department for Planning or Treasury, but for us it's the domains in which data is presented for the county statistics abstracts. And I believe most counties have been able to get those guidelines and publish the abstracts. The other issues on the counties, I believe they have been handled well by Joel. I'll also speak about citizen-generated data. Someone talked about mapping. Before we started the work, we did an initial mapping with the support of, we partnership with the SDG Kenya Forum, but we hope to do another update in terms of mapping because there are some civil society organizations that have not been identified, as well as other non-state actors who produce citizen-generated data. So that is work in progress as we improve on ensuring that we have enough data sets on CGD. I think that those are the only questions I can address because of time, but I have a parting shot. The first is that we have initiatives that will help us improve on reporting for SDGs in terms specifically on data. The first one is on the Power of Data initiative that we mentioned earlier, and I'm glad that most of the leads in that Power of Data are in the room. The UNDP Global Partnership, the UNRCO, SDG Kenya Forum, Open Institute, they are in the room, and that is for us to secure that high-level political support so that we get investment in data. Data is not, of course, there is lots that is needed to be invested in terms of funds, in terms of people and infrastructure for us to move from where, especially now that we are looking up to technology to ensure that we fill these data gaps within this short time we have to the 2030. I'll also speak about the strategy. I keep on speaking about the Kenya Strategy for Development of Statistics. That is where we are going to put all these initiatives that are coming up so that we plan for the next 4 years in terms of how we are going to get the data that we require for us to report on SDGs. So we all have a role. We'll have, at some point, we'll reach out for you to give us quick wins. We are developing a tool to send out to you to give us quick wins in terms of ensuring that data is available for reporting on SDGs. Lastly, there's a lot of opportunity at the grassroots. First, we have the civil society organizations at the grassroots with a lot of data sets. We have the KNBS office in every county. With county statistics offices, with the statisticians, who can be able to work with that synergy between the civil society organizations, the KNBS county statistics officers or statisticians, as well as the statisticians at the county governments. Already most counties are working on statistics units. So there's that synergy that we can leverage to ensure that there's data at the grassroots. Thank you.
I see Davis is standing, so that means I only have 40 minutes to give my response. I start over here and say, first, Open Institute is distinct from Open Society, just so that I'm not seen to misrepresent a different organization. If Open Institute left Kilifi today, the work will still continue because of the fact that we are working with grassroots organizations, and it is their idea to collect the data. It is them who design the survey. The only thing that we provide them is technical support and a tool. By the way, I want to give a free gift, and if you figure out the problem with my sentence, I might give you a prize outside. I'm giving you a free gift. Please go to sabasi.mobi and use that app to collect your data. It is free, it is readily available for you, and you can collect it for free, and I dare say that it is better than Kobo because of the fact that we started working on Kobo and then we realized the problems with it, and then we built Sabasi for it. Sabasi is Kiswahili for not rumors, but insights. Insights, that's a word. So feel free to go into sabasi.mobi and check that out. Arnold, we do collect data in several counties. We work with CBOs in several counties. At the moment, we're working with 138 across Kenya, outside of Kilifi. In Kilifi alone, we are dealing with 700 just because we have built a center in Kilifi. But in Nandi, in Nakuru, and several other places, we have worked, and it is working very well. As to the question of, how do we make sure that we sort of balance out the various SDGs in the work that we do, storytelling is a very big part of what we do so that we can be able to give context, because it is through stories and through qualitative data collection that we are able to find, especially through focus group conversations. That's where we're able to find the overlaps between the various SDGs and how they impact each other. My parting shot would be that, sorry, there was a question of culture. The way that we do it is that we work together with the community so that they design how they will address the cultural issue. So one of the issues, for example, in Kilifi that people don't really want to talk about is the question of incest and how much it is happening and how much data needs to be collected around what is happening there. And what happens is that we work with the people themselves to figure out how they can confound their own limitations. My parting shot would be back to that platform that we were talking about that we need. I volunteer Open Institute to provide the platform. How many of you are going to put the data in that platform?
Thank you so much. On the issue of the threshold, I think we should continue to advocate for the adoption of standard tools and methodologies, and let us focus more so on the prescribed standards by the United Nations under Kenya SDG monitoring and framework, so that at least we can have accurate threshold. And I'm also a victim in data, and I know I've been rubbing shoulders with a lot of donors, more so on sparking data as me in Homa Bay County. High prevalence rate of HIV. Sure, for 15 years. Are we still leading? Does it mean we don't have interventions? Teenage pregnancy. Then some people are coming up with interventions of even footballs to reduce teenage pregnancy. This shows how we have been having misplaced priorities. Huh? The issue of Turkana, end of food poverty, 20 years down the line, we are still investing there. So it means the threshold of data sometimes is an issue. And the parting shot is that as CSOs, let us leverage on the opportunities we have so that we can line our data with the national framework. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think I'll only tackle the one on sustainability. And my colleague here has already mentioned. For me, it's on capacity development. If you're working with communities, make sure you're developing their capacity to continue with what you started, and make sure what you are doing is owned. So you must create ownership so that even if you leave, then they know it is us who wanted it. It was not the donor who brought it. Otherwise, if you are the one who is bringing your ideas, once you are done that, and I think it was mentioned from Turkana, Musungu hiyo ni ya Musungu, anagojea mwingine akuje. But if it is theirs, they will continue with it. And that's the way we are doing it. We are not facilitating communities or citizens to go for public participation because you want them to own it. It is my problem that I need a solution, and this is the solution that I need. So I go there myself without being paid. And my parting shot is, let us take advantage of collaborating. Let's stop working in isolation. Let us share information. A cadre writes another cadre, but it doesn't lose. It doesn't lose its right because of writing another cadre. So let us collaborate, because when we work together, we'll achieve much more. Thank you.
Excellent. Round of applause, tafadhali. I think we have very specific initiatives that we've had that are going to solve some of the data challenges that we've been talking about over the last couple of days. And so we look forward to partnerships and collaborations, and the report out of this particular meeting need to be very specific on those action points and how we can partner and collaborate. But more importantly, we know some of the partners in the room who can create a platform for engagement. It's one thing to have a report and key actions, but it's a totally different thing to mobilize and organize in a way that allows the partners to come together and to collaborate and find solutions to what has been mentioned. So asanteni sana. We are going for tea break. When we come back, we're going to have another panel on experiences and good practices in the implementation of the SDGs from the counties. And we'll hear key messages from the voluntary local review process and the strategies for accelerating implementation of the SDGs. So we have Wajir County, I hope they're in the room. Homa Bay, of course, featuring strongly. Elgeyo Marakwet is here. We have Kakamega, Mombasa, and Nyeri, who will be sharing their insights. And with that, let's go for a break. It's, it's 16 minutes past 11. So quick break, 11:30 we should be back. Feel free to bring your teas, mandazis, samosas, juice back to the room. But my parting shot on the AI, we are talking about collecting more data in the Global South for input into AI systems. In the South, there is an active advocacy campaign for us to get our own data to develop AI systems. But what that will do is actually introduce some of the biases that you're talking about. The more of our data we have, the more of our cultural aspects and biases that we also introduce. But there's also an active campaign to check against biases, especially when it comes to ethics, possible harms and issues related to security. We are developing, in partnership with the Ministry of ICT, the Kenya National AI Strategy that has just been validated, and happy to engage further as the global partnership. We are proudly part of that process and leading the process. And a lot of those issues are also covered within the strategy. So thank you so much. Enjoy your tea break. Let's be back at 11:30.
Taka kuanza. Hello everyone. Hello, hello. I hope you enjoyed the break. So we are going to start the panel discussion. But before then, there's a young man. It's called Jimmy Wambugu, who's done quite important work on transformative leadership. So stress. Jimmy Wambugu, I want to give you 3 minutes just to talk about why this is so important, and the books that you have. And then I'll invite Waziri. I'm also told there's new faces. Are there new faces? Any new faces today? I forgot. Any new faces? Yeah, just introduce yourself, name and organization, and where you're based.
I was under the impression that I was just supposed to raise my hand, but good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jane Acheng. I work for an organization called Takataka Nimali. We are a technology-based company that does waste management data. I am happy to be here. I found a very interesting panel in the morning, so I hope the next one keeps the energy up there.
No pressure on the counties, eh? You have to deliver an exciting panel. And I'm told if you haven't registered, because some of you may be new, if you haven't registered for the gala this evening, please do so at the back. Make sure you register for the gala so we know who is here and we can account for the numbers that we need to plan for. If you don't register, then you show up and whatever you wanted is not there, then we can't be blamed. So Jimmy, I'll give you 3 minutes just to quickly talk about what you're doing, and then we can pick it up from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our MC of the day. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning again. Kindly do me a favor, look at your Yes. I'm requesting you to do me a favor, to look at your neighbor on the right, on the left, and tell them they are looking good. Please do so. Tell them you're looking good. Yes. Jimmy Wambugu. I'm born from Nyeri County in a village called Endarasha, but I reside in Kiambu in a town called Kerigiti. Jimmy Wambugu, I'm a father of 4 beautiful young girls, and all of those 4 girls, I got them in our first 7 years in our marriage. 7 years. Very hardworking Kenyans. Like some of you here. Very hardworking Kenyans. And when my second born was being born, I escorted my wife to the hospital. Na nilipoenda, when I went to that hospital, nikaona hakuna mtu hata mmoja alizaliwa akiwa maskini au tajiri. Nikaona kila mtoto anazaliango akiwa a boy or a girl. And that was the time of transformation. Because I lost my mom when I was 10 years old. Nikabaki na my dad. I schooled up to class 8. My dad akaniambia nimetahiriwa, niende nikajitafutie kama wanaume wengine. Nikaenda kujitafutia, nikakaa 15 good years. Nikiwa sijaweza kwenda high school. After 15 years, nikaweza kwenda high school. After high school, nikaenda college, nikasomea counseling and theology. To different corners of our country. That's the short history of Jimmy. Na nikiwa huko, by the grace of God, nikaanza kujua the importance of reading books. Juu hiyo ilinipita at my age. So nikaanza kusoma na nikaanza kuona maisha yangu inabadilika. But there is 3 things ambazo zilinisaidia kubadilisha maisha yangu. Na nikasema, any platform that I will get, I'll be sharing with our people my 3 points that has power to change somebody or has power to change our life. And point number 1, I want to remind you that you are a very important person. Do me a favor, tell your neighbor, you are a very important person. Kama uko na jirani mwenye akona stress, hataki kukuongeresha, tell another neighbor, you are a very important person. Point number 2, I want you to have this in mind, that you are a very special person. Tell your neighbor, you are a very special person. Point number 3, I want you to have this in your mind, that you are very unique. Tell your neighbor, you are a very unique person. Kama ningekuwa na wakati zaidi, ningeendelea zaidi hapo. Lakini kwa sababu wakati wangu ni mchache, nikubali tu niweze kuintroduce those 2 books ambazo ziko kwa screen. Book 1 inaitwa Transformative Leadership. Transformative Leadership, all of us, nimekaa hapa the whole session, nilikuwa hapa kutoka saa 2, na nimesikia ile kazi mnafanya. Kindly, can you clap for yourself because you are doing a good job? Yes, clap for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, you are doing a good job. But if we are not going to understand how the leadership has changed, we are going to face the second animal called him stress. Niko town ya Kiambu, madam wa Kiambu, I have your gift. Niko na kanisa huko yenye tunasaidia the young people wenye wako walevi wa pombe. So kanisa yangu inaitangwa kanisa ya walevi. If you come to Kirigiti ulize kanisa ya walevi kwenye iko, utaletwa kwenye huanga ninahubiri. Na nimekuja kulearn, many of our people, they are doing whatever they are doing because of stress. They don't want to fight. So because of that, they are doing what? They are fighting. Research inasema out of 10 people, 3 of our people are under heavy stress. Out of 10 people, 3 of them, they are under heavy stress. Look at your neighbor, but do not tell him anything. We muangalie tu. We muangalie na usimwambie kitu. Wapi hizi vitabu zangu? Nimemaliza. Now, as ambassador of books, I walk to our country encouraging our people to embrace the power of reading. I want to give out these books. Hii kitabu moja tunauzanga 1,000. And the other one also 1,000. But because of this favor, your MC ameniambia, Wambogo tunakupea dakika 2 uongee. Not because of anything else, because we want to build young people. Can we give him a good clap? And because of that, allow me to give out. This is 1,000, another one is 1,000. Na for few people wenye watakuwa na hitaji, nitawauzia kitabu moja na niwapee moja for free at 1,000. Hapo si ni vizuri? Now, si unikubali niweza kupea MC hii ya stress kwa sababu ninaona asipo asoma hii mambo inaweza haribika. So thank you so much my brother, thank you so much. Please, thank you so much. Thank you so much kiongozi. Asante sana. Thank you. And before you make a good comment, allow me also to give our MD. the chairman of organization. Great man, you are doing a good job. This is yours. I'm telling you, you're doing a good job. Tumpigie makofi mazuri, transformation leadership. Thank you so much, Daddy. Thank you.
I know the participants who've been stressed.
Yes.
I'm going to donate.
Yes. Before you donate,
sana.
before you donate, I have a very few copies here. Najua watu wengi wetu wapendi vitabu, but wenye wanapenda vitabu, two of them, you buy one at 1,000, you get another one for free. So the whole package is 1,000. Few people, with permission of the MC, wenye wanataka tu wainue mkono juu, niwaletee hivyo tu dakika moja nitoke. My phone number is 0726. My phone number is 0726 244 940. 0726 244 940. Jimmy Wambogo, your friend. Asante sana. Wangapi wangetaka pande hii? Thank you. Let me, within less than minute nitakuwa nimemaliza. Less than 2 minutes.
Sawa sawa. So thank you so much, Jimmy Wambogo. And let's promote young people who are doing amazing work, right? Yeah. And inculcate a culture of reading. Somebody who is very stressed, when you're on your tent at lunchtime. And I'm going to direct you to Jimmy to give you the stress book at a discount, a further discount. Your stress, we know it's very important. I'm not giving you mine. Yeah? Hard earned. This is mine. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Great job. And continue doing what you're doing, especially the rehabilitation. And I'm surprised you have 4 kids. I was told there's a problem in Kiambu. And a particular region. In fact, there was an appeal that, some of us from Western Kenya should offer technical assistance. There was a request that we need to bring a lorry full of men from Vihiga and, where I come from, to offer technical assistance. It made national news, right? We saw people on TV. Am I lying? They didn't make a request, though, about the Western one. I think it just came, but yeah, people are complaining. And nursery schools are closing, academies have issues. Although over the last 1 year or so, I haven't heard much about that problem. So maybe the indicators are improving and will not need any technical assistance. So thank you so much, Jimmy. And let's have Mheshimiwa from West Pokot. Please come quickly say hi to the team here. You came in, you've been quietly listening. We appreciate when leaders come to learn and also share their own insights. So you have 2 minutes just to quickly say hello. I'm also told there's a board member of, sorry, I didn't get that. Polycom. Where are you? The board member of Polycom? Huh? Oh, she's on the way. Okay, when she gets here, we'll recognize her. But over to Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, sir. To all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I think it's still good morning.
Well, afternoon now.
Afternoon, some minutes to, yeah, it's still morning. Thank you, sir. My name is Lucky Chemtai Litole. I'm the CC in charge of youth affairs, sports, tourism, culture, gender, West Pokot County. Where in the same office, we handle issues elders, which is why yesterday when we were talking about it, I felt like you are addressing exactly what is happening in West Pokot. Mine is to appreciate each and every one of you, the partners present here today, that working together with county governments has always been the best. And I want to appreciate also the SDGs set here, that they cut across despite the diversity of communities. West Pokot County, at least, we are trying, we're still fighting on issues FGM. We have early marriages, forced early marriages for the children. And you get to see that GBV nowadays has also checked in. in a way that we don't understand how it's moving so fast. And my department has really worked close with so many partners concerning the same. And when I was going through the SDGs, I realized that it's really addressing what is happening at the ground. Wanasema maneno kwa ground is different, which is very true. You get there, you get to see that issues, women, children, are so touching. And since we are the policy makers, we will support you in terms of coming up with relevant policies. Issues, gender, child protection. Personally, from my department, we have the same, to support this agenda. Because without policy, sometimes we find it so difficult to implement. I'm glad that this sitting here comprises of very important persons in the departments, the directors who help us to implement a lot in the department. So today I came on behalf of our CS, Mr. Jonathan Siwanyang. He was supposed to be here. And since issues, women, children, gender, all of them, I hold it so close to my heart. And he requested me to represent him today. And I was here yesterday as well. And I say thank you, we've learned a lot. And we'll disseminate the same back at the county. So thank you so much and God bless you.
Makofi kwa waziri. Tumeshukuru sana.
Maybe to add on something. For women, we have things to do with the Ushanga programs. If there are partners who knows more about Ushanga programs, kindly you're welcome to West Pokot. We deal with those Ushanga na inasaidia wamama sana. When we talk about mama mboga, it doesn't basically mean that lady or woman who sells mboga. Mboga kwa other parts of the county or the country is Ushanga. So you're welcome for that mboga, mama mboga county in West Pokot, who does the Ushanga for a living. So thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Makofi tena kwa waziri. And Wambugu, I need the book on transformative leadership. I'll buy that one, for some young people somewhere. Let's have the panel on experiences and good practices in the implementation of SDGs at the county level. Wajir County, Homa Bay, Elgeyo, Kakamega, Mombasa, Nyeri. All the panelists, please step up to the podium. And let's have the moderator, the Council of Governors. The Council of Governors. Wenyewe. I know you know the names of the panelists, but please step up. We'll do this for the next 45 minutes or so. Then we have 15 minutes of discussions. Now, whoever is in charge of lunch, go and tell the hotel people, today we are not waiting until 3. We'll come there whether they like it or not. Okay? We are not going to wait until 3 p.m. for lunch. So inform them early enough. I think we also paid like everybody else. And when we want our lunch, when it's time for our lunch, we demand our lunch. We are not going to be kept pending like we did yesterday. The lawyer in me has refused.
Okay, thank you.
How about
Can
you?
we give him a clap, please? The lawyer in him is thinking about food. He's actually taken part of our time, so we will try and recover that time during his lunch hour. The counties, please. Wajir. I saw director somewhere. Where are you? Okay. I can't see him. West Pokot. Waziri, you can designate your director to join us, if possible. Homa Bay CS, you can join us. At this point, I have the mic. I'll have the latitude to invite counties because we have to share our experiences. Makueni, where are you? Yes. Let me stand up here so that I can look from here. If I see you, I will just call you out. Yes. Ebu mujitokeze, mujionyeshe.
Okay. I'm waiting for West Pokot. Joel. Good. I think we are good. Allow me to first begin by just mentioning, one, we exist as a council and as counties to one of the things that I mentioned yesterday, we exist to provide platforms for knowledge sharing and learning, part of it through Marifa. Some of us here have attended our devolution conferences, which have provided a platform for knowledge sharing. Sometimes we've just come, but I don't think we have come on the basis of us fulfilling one of our mandates. But just sitting here today, I would wish that we take a moment and listen to counties. What is happening alongside SDGs? This particular session is basically just to hear what is really happening on the ground. Sometimes we are told, kwa ground vitu ni? Kwa ground vitu ni? We heard a lot from the civil societies. Let's hear from the people who really do this on the ground. So I will give them an opportunity to briefly, one, you introduce yourself, let us know who you are and what you do at the county level, and then we will come in and hear from you. Yeah. Let me begin from the extreme end. Please, at least, can you clap for our team before we start? The panel is well constituted, gender balanced. We will ask about the inclusivity, about youth, and as far as age is concerned, but allow them to introduce themselves. Karibuni sana.
Okay, thank you. All protocols observed. I am Marani Luke, STG champion, Kakamega County. Thank you.
CS.
Is it good morning or good afternoon? One of them. Yeah, so I'm Professor Bernard Mwaka. I'm the County Secretary, Hamabe, and the Head of Public Service.
Good morning again. I'm Joel Akaule, the SDG champion, West Pokot County. Thank you for another chance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jane Wandia Gidui, the SDG champion, County Government of Mombasa, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elisha Kibichi Tanui from Elgeyo Marakwet County, serving as an economist and also the SDG champion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will not go into introducing myself because I believe I've introduced myself 2 times already. My name is Feather. I will begin us with them taking us to Mombasa because we are in Mombasa County today. There's a lot that has happened in Mombasa in as far as issues of inclusivity, disability, and of course, more importantly, even Mombasa County has a blueprint that runs for the next 25 years. And a majority of the indicators, if you look at that strategy document, touch on indicators around SDGs and what we've been speaking to here. Maybe if we could hear from you, Madam Jen, what is happening in as far as Mombasa County is concerned?
Yeah, thank you, Eunice, and all the participants. And I would want to address in 1 minute Morris yesterday. There was a comment on the last participant in the panelists on the county's absorption on development. But I think that is something that we need to deep dive to check in terms of classification. Because is development only brick and mortar? Because a lot is happening in the county government of Mombasa, but in the social programs. So if you were to gauge the counties in terms of the buildings that you want to see done, if you do an ECG center today, and then you don't recruit the caregivers or the instructors in the ECDs or the TVETs or in the health facilities, then how will you say that nothing is happening? Because the issue of PE has been an issue that has been a thorny issue in the counties, and I felt that today when I get a chance, I will clear that so that even as we get the information out there, it is important for us to be able to check what is happening in the counties so that even as you gauge us with a point of knowledge. But coming again to the county government of Mombasa, like I have said, a lot is being done in the social programs. We are one county that we are proud to have developed the county social protection strategy through funding from UNICEF. And from the social protection strategy, we were also able to do other things, including mapping out of people living with disability. And in this, we were checking on the children And remember, for the children living with disability, those who go to school, it is not like the normal children or the ones who are, we call them the able differently. You find even a 24-year-old is in the learning institutions. So we were able to map them out. We also came up with a program which we call the STRIDE, that is the school transport for children with disability, where we designed a system to ensure that there is access to the school, to the learning institutions. We have a counter-violent extremism policy that was done. We also have a rescue center at Tononoka because of the issues of GBV. We have the Mombasa Vision 2035, which was looking a bit political when it was done, but the document was prepared in 2015, and since it was a 20-year plan, that is how we came up with the Mombasa Vision 2035, and it is a plan that is currently being implemented. We have various other programs, including the Mombasa Niyangu program, where we say Mombasa is mine. In Mombasa, we have an issue with the youth and vulnerabilities in terms of the issue of drug abuse, and we realized that for us to be able to engage the youth, to get some engagement and to have some income, we came up with a program which we call the Mombasa Niyangu program, which is working very well with the youth, and we are engaging them to avoid, to deter them from various social vices. We also have what we are calling the Serikali Mashinani, and we have a village administration bill that is working. And with Serikali Mashinani is because we have realized through the VRL process that we need to engage up to the grassroots level when we are talking about our various stakeholders. We have also the issue of the Brew Economy programs that is ongoing, where we have the Jumuiya Counties za Pwani program, that is the JKP program, and we have various Go Brew projects that are ongoing that have been helping to address various social programs. Mombasa County, finally, I can also confirm that we were vetted among the best in terms of the health sector through the CPR, that is the county peer review mechanism that was done by NEPAD, because there are very many interventions that have been done in the health sector where we have engaged specialists in the health sector, including and not limited to working with the community health promoters, because we realize those are the ones who are in touch with the local mwananchi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jen. And just moving from Mombasa, I would want us to go to the western part of Kenya, and I would go to you, Jen. No, I'll go to Luke. Luke in Kakamega. I know Kakamega is one of the counties that, in over the last, let me say, 10 to 11 years of devolution, was one of the counties that began further devolution, went to the village levels. It was a lot of counties have learned from what Kakamega has done on going to the lowest level. We've spoken here about women empowerment programs, and we've had programs that we called Oparanya Care. There's so much that has happened around economic development, not just at a county level, but at a household level, and even just system strengthening. There could be challenges here and there, but it would be interesting to hear from you. What are you doing as a county in as far as the accelerating SDGs implementation is concerned from a community perspective?
Okay, thank you. First of all, from Kakamega perspective, I understand we looked at when the previous governor, His Excellency of Paranya, was there. He came up with a project that I realized that yesterday it was from when they were trying to look at how to mitigate poverty, because he looked at the poverty levels in Kakamega was around 49% when Paranya came into power. So that's the key issue that we could have been able to do was to look at agriculture, which was, first of all, he looked at the household. So they came up with a project which was one cow initiative, so that each family could have at least a cow, so that they could be able to supply the milk, and the milk could be used for the feeding, that will have nutrition value. At the same time, because the high value animals, they could also be able to be the source of, people would be able to provide, let us say, the fodder, which could be provide employment opportunities for the youth. So the project was also, it came up, it really spurred, especially milk production. That's why the county also tried to launch which is still in progress, the one initiative that led to development of smart farms, which can be act as the demonstration centers. And we are coming up with the milk factory. As we know, Kakamega doesn't have a lot of milk, but with that program, we are having sufficient milk which can be able to run the plant. And at the same time, when we still look at this, we have come to develop structures, because we have the wards, we have the villages, up to we have the lowest level, which is community area. And the community areas, we also came up with what we call the community council, so that they have like kikawa cha wazee. So with that kikawa cha wazee, they can be able to meet us at the lowest level and be able to identify their needs as per the requirements. At the same time, on the social, still at the low level, whether that the shelter has been a very big issue, not the big shelters, what we are talking about, the housing scheme, whether that even having just a simple roof with a floor and maybe the walls, some families were having an issue of where place to sleep because of the poverty levels were high. So we came up with a project that we are calling shelter improvement, where a household be able they could be able to construct a shelter which would be able to improve the lives of the household. And the shelter, we also included something like solar lighting, so that now they can be, because that when you are connecting them to electricity, some of them could not be able to pay the bills. On the same, we also looked at the water tanks and the lights, because we wanted, at the current time, we are talking about water at the doorstep. So let's say that they might not be able to pay the water bills, and the Western is endowed with enough or sufficient rainfall. We're able to harvest the water, and then we'll be able to give them at least a pipe to their house. And then when still on the same, we looked at the support we are calling the Inua Jamii. Whether that the national government has the fund to support some groups, or let us say the orphans and the person with disability. But I make realize that we are doing it, when we are doing at individual levels, they could not be able to implement out business-wise. So we just to provide, to support groups. Those that are marginalized, let us say the women groups, the youth groups, the person with disability groups, we are able to provide them with something like we are calling a grant, which they can be able to start a business, and then as they do their proposals, we are monitoring them using the structure to have been able to lay it out up to the community level. So that's why you are looking at when the current governor came up with what we are calling the 6-point agenda, which was targeting health at the lowest level and access to water. At the same time, it was looking at the social development. And the social development have been able to measure to needs, such that we are even able to provide, previously used to provide, let us say, 1 cow. But some of the families could not be able to take the cow, so we realized that we lowered the level side, we can provide the kuku or the chicken, because we realized that the area of Mulembe, kuku is what is key. So we are providing the chicken which each and every person can be able to rear and support them. Thank you.
I could see the facilitator smiling when you mentioned chicken. I don't think I want us to dwell on the chicken part, especially when you're in the land of Mulembe, because they're smiling. I could see their teeth from here when you mentioned chicken. They didn't smile when you talked about cows. But let me just move closely to Elisha in Elgeyo Marakwet. Again, we've spoken about data, and a lot of partners that are here have worked closely with Elgeyo Marakwet in as far as data is concerned. I know Elgeyo was one of the counties to be supported under the open data portal. And of course, there have been challenges in the county, but we could easily still say when we were discussing 2 years ago when counties were struggling with pending bills, Elgeyo was almost zero. And a lot is happening. Sometimes we get into blankets and we don't really go into specific counties to hear what is happening. And maybe it's just a good opportunity for Elisha to tell us what is happening in Elgeyo.
Thank you so much. So much is happening in Elgeyo, and one of the problems of Elgeyo Marakwet is we are not so loud. Most of the things we do are quiet, they are silent. Especially we inherited that from the first governor, and we could not actually come to the limelight so much. So much is happening, but it has not been really brought to face outside here. For example, in Kenya, we have a program that is called OGP, Open Governance Partnership. And in Kenya, the only county that is participating in that one is Elgeyo Marakwet. And that program is actually for open governance. It's about governance and transparency. And where each participant, let's say the county government or the country itself, will volunteer to be on the spotlight so that they see, are you corrupt, are you not corrupt, how are your governance practices? And at the moment, we are in the co-creation process of the Local Action Plan 3. And we are hoping to launch that in beginning of this coming year, 2025. So that is the first one. And then the second one, we had another partnership with GIZ, Go, the Good Governance Program. Under that program, we were able to be funded to I can say, to develop a system that monitors projects and development projects and program real time. And we were able to partner with some of the partners who are here, and we developed the system. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's not on, it's down at the moment. It's in the completion stages. The system actually is for monitoring and evaluation of the projects, where let's say in one word, we have 20 words. In one word, we can be able to pinpoint all the projects that are there in each department. Let's say in education, there are so many ECD centers, there are so many TVETs, vocational training centers, and we can see the amount that has been disbursed to that specific project, the status of achievement and all that. So that is the first, I think, I don't know if it's close to the ECMES from the national government. We had the ECMES, the Information Monitoring and Information System. Ours now was really brought down to the county level. So in terms of system and data and technology and innovation, that is the far we've gone. And there was a time also we were able to pilot in the activities to develop the county-specific data. We piloted, of course, with Open Institute, and the GIZ, of course, funded us for that one. And we piloted with some words, which we believe that after that, we would roll out to the entire county, but we are not able to do that. So the issue of data, as you've said, we've gone a little bit higher or advanced, but then there are small challenges, and we believe we can still go further as we go, especially when we probably involve the KNBS to develop that data that is specific for the region of Elgeyo-Marakwet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I like the fact that somebody is coming to tell us a solution to what we've been speaking to, that it's actually happening. I can tell you when we had COVID, we would easily just call and say, where's the data? And one of the fastest counties to give you the data when the ministry needed the data, I think at that point nobody was remembering KNBS is supposed to validate the data because COVID was happening immediately. So the numbers were being collected, and I can tell you we got real-time data from all the counties, including just borrowing from what was happening in Elgeyo. Let's move to West Pokot. Joel, I know Waziri has come here and she's spoken about the issues of social protection and what is happening within that space. But again, in as far as acceleration of SDGs are concerned, what's happening within the county? I know, for instance, as we speak today, West Pokot is one of the counties that has done a lot of investments in the education, leave alone ECDE. I know I don't want to go into the conversation around bursaries and that discussion, but then what is it that the county is doing specifically for general community development and growth while contributing directly to the acceleration of SDGs?
Okay, thank you, Eunice, for that question. In West Pokot County, since devolution, we have done a lot. Actually, we appreciate this issue of devolution as county government of West Pokot. To start with, in 2013, we mapped the marginalized wards. And we realized that we have one of the most marginalized. I don't know whether we say the most marginalized ward. And as county government, we took the initiative of coming up with an integrated project. Currently, that project is functional. We did health center in that ward. We did fully primary school and provision of water and accessibility. We did a lot for that ward. And during that time, there was no secondary school in that ward, which was one of the measures to show that this ward was marginalized. But currently, we have 3 secondary schools with over 700 students in school, meaning we have done a lot as a county to ensure that that is taken care of. Number two, under SDG, that is under education, is that we have done a lot in ECDs. We realized also that we had a lot of ECD centers which were studying under 3. Most of them they don't have structures. But currently we are having 1,185 ECD centers, which increased from 479 in 2016. It is a milestone. We have done a lot in terms of increasing the ECD centers. And you can see the ECD learners were 33,000 only in 2016. But as we speak, there are over 76,000 ECD learners. Meaning there are a lot of interventions that we have done as a county to ensure that everybody is inclusive in terms of illiteracy, addressing illiteracy level. On the issue of poverty, we have done a lot in addressing poverty reduction in our county. You can realize as in 2015 we had 67% poverty level. So, but currently we are having, it reduced to 57. It was 68 in 2015, but currently it is 57.3. It has a reduction of around 10%. Meaning we have done a lot of intervention in terms of giving provision of seedlings, maize seeds to farmers, to all households. Giving also, ensuring that we have vaccinated animals because our county is rich in livestock. We did a lot of massive vaccination to ensure we have a disease-free in our county. And to address that, we are coming up with an aperture, a very powerful aperture, which can be addressed as an international export aperture. And because we are doing a lot of preparedness by doing a lot of vaccination and so on and so forth to address that issue of operationalizing the aperture. Also, we are doing a lot of things in terms of infrastructure. Infrastructure approach whereby we are coming up with a lot of processing plants. We have the mango processing plants in West Pokot County. We have the milk processing plants that is coming up. And we are also focusing to we have an organic honey in West Pokot. I think it is one of the best honey in Kenya. And I hope so in another levels. So we are also trying to come up with how we can do that honey to make it more progressively. So on the issue of, under SDG number 16, on the issue of peace, insecurity in our area. So we have done a lot to address the issue of insecurity. We have came up with cross-border schools to ensure that the literacy level is taken care of along the border. So those are some of the areas that we have done a lot to ensure. In terms of partnership, I think I mentioned earlier that we are doing a lot to ensure that we strengthen SDG goal number 17, to ensure that we strengthen the partnership together between the county government, the national government, the development partners within the county, and other partners that we are linked up with. That is one of the areas that we are focusing on. Under climate change, to address SDG goal number 13, we are doing a lot in terms of provision of tree seedlings to ensure that every year we plant a lot of tree seedlings across the county, especially the urban areas. So we are doing that to ensure that all the areas which were deforested, we will do a lot of afforestation for the same. So, and at the same, thank you so much for that brief remarks. Thank you.
I think there were many points that he raised there that at some point I wished we were clapping. When you hear numbers have grown for ECD, when we had no infrastructure at some point, I think it's some of those things we take for granted. Depending on where we come from, we actually need to appreciate a lot of work has gone into some of these. Moving on swiftly, we will move to the county. They call it the Bay. And the Bay of Potentials. The Bay of Endless Potential, I must get it right. Where the Queen's potato is grown. I'm sure some of you here probably you haven't even tasted sweet potatoes from Homa Bay, but they have the best sweet potatoes in the country, just to say the least. And it's one of the counties that has come out. There's many issues around governance, and I would wish that we get to hear from the county secretary, Prof, if you could just tell us what is happening in as far as issues of governance are concerned and accelerating SDGs, the issues of how we're supporting the women community within the county, and then of course we could also speak to just how you are linking the county to the world as far as collaborations and partnerships are concerned in the effort to ensure that we have inclusive community development.
Thank you, Eunice, and yeah, it's a land of endless potential, that it is. I could have mentioned like the 17 goals, and just to tell you what we are doing, because for the last, I can assure you, for the last 2 years that the current government has been in power, literally every goal has been touched, but because of time and because you have limited me, we have a musician said, don't limit me, huh? That is, but now that you have limited me, I'll just pick a few outstanding areas that I want to share with you, and I'll restrict myself to where people can get some point to take home. First, with everything said and done, I think the bottom line is, where do you get the funding? That's the key question, and I want to start at that point. When the current government came to power, our revenue collection, annual revenue collection was 195 million in a year. And it was not enough to do anything. You can imagine 195 and what the government is giving the counties, definitely the county was not moving anywhere. So we embarked on a very rigorous process to look at innovations around revenue collection, and if that is also about the governance. Then the first year, we are able to raise the revenue from 195 to 600 million in 1 year. And the second year, which is actually the year that we started now when we are fully in power, we raised it from 195 to 1.2 billion. I think we were at the top, the county was at the top of the counties that have improved immensely in revenue collection. And our secret was very simple, was just to remove money from people's hands. So we went cashless. You know, the revenue collectors, that was the most lucrative job in Homa Bay, because you can easily get cash from matatus and from border borders and everything. So once we went cashless, then it meant that we completely sealed the loophole, and we made it very digital. We have a system that we are able to even to monitor in real time what each and every revenue collector is. We can see them, we can see where they are, we can see how they're moving, we can see how the money is coming. So it's possible for us to monitor the whole system, and that has really, really helped us to improve in our revenue collection. And with the revenue collection going up, then definitely we can now talk about the other goals. The first goal that I want to talk about is goal number 9. I would say I could handle 17 of them, but I'll restrict myself to a few of them where we can take some lessons. One is on the industry innovation and infrastructure. And we know we are all in the county government, and we know there's no money for infrastructural development. And this is one area that we are in the same footing with you. And when we came in, actually, our headquarters was an old bar that was bought, a bar with the lodgings. And so my office is one of the lodging, you know. The governor's office was at the reception where you got the desk and everything. For 10 years, that's what we had. And sometimes when we were doing very badly, and I tell people, you know, the reason why we are doing very badly in those past years, and now we have changed, because we are operating from a bar. And you can imagine a bar and lodgings, those are your offices, are all those things, if they are called things anyway. So we were able we had to address this. And what we did, that we realized that there's no money that we can get funding for that. So we came up with a very innovative policy. We passed a bill and we used our county assembly that is called Infrastructural Development Fund Bill. And with this fund bill, we are trying to run away because the counties we are not allowed to take loans. And the control budget and the national government cannot allow you to do that. So, but we found a way out. With this bill, we are able now to approach donors or investors. For example, our headquarters right now, which is nearing completion, it only took 6 months, and it started in September, and in February this year, we are moving in. We just floated a tender, and this one is called lease to purchase, lease to own. So investor will come, build the whole headquarters for us without us giving them in a penny. And then it's like we are renting our headquarters as we pay slowly. By the time we finish paying, then we have our headquarters, which comes back to us. So this is something that has worked really, really marvelously for us, and we are able now to put up the headquarters. We are putting up the governor's residence. We are putting up a cancer center using the same process, which otherwise could have taken years and years, and this is why you are talking about the white elephants in the government business. But this is one innovation that we are really happy to share with you. I think many countries now are asking us how we have done it, and we are really very happy to share. The other area that I think we have made very good progress is health. And I want to start with the latest, and you can compare with your county. As we talk today, we have a household, we have how many? A population of 1.2 million people. And we are registering for the chief. Is this chief or Sha? Something like that. No, Shisha? The biggest problem with the Shi or Sha is that you have to register your population for you to get the money. It's more over the NHF, but the registration process is very, very, very important, because if you register and anywhere people go, you'll get that money back. So people are competing to register. And if the last time that I checked, when we reached only 200,000, we are competing with Muranga. Muranga was heading and we are leading. But we are talking today, Homa Bay is the highest registered, with 600,000 people registered out of a population of 1.2. Our aim is to have everybody in the county registered. And what we did was to do an RRI where everybody is involved in the process, including the governor. We go to the villages, talk to the communities, those who don't have money, we help them, and with that we are really able to. Another thing that I want to mention, because of time I can see Eunice is holding on her mic, is on infrastructure. We have the accident and emergency, which also use the same infrastructure system. But what is more important for me here is that the biggest problem that we have is maternal mortality. When women are giving birth, obstetric mortality, or that's what they call it in the medical term. But we are determined to put this to zero. Literally zero. No woman dying no mothers are dying when they're giving birth. So we are going through all households, and every week on Monday, the first thing in the morning, all the household has to report to us. It's a live session. We all report how to post to us any mother that has died. And if there's a mother that has died, we have to go to the bottom line and find out where they are dying. And we are able to reduce almost to nothing, no deaths at all on mothers who are giving birth. So that is a big positive that we have recorded. In education, ECD, I just want to add two more because of time, but I could have gone to others. So allow me to add two more. On education, ECD. In Homa Bay County, it is very easy. It was very easy to go to a school and know which one is an ECD class. If you see the worst classroom with the kaunda suit, for those who are not Kenyans, you don't know what kaunda suit means. It's mabati on top and mabati on the wall. And very rusted, very dirty, it is ECD class. But they say that for those who want to finish you, they first finish your children. So if the ECDs are not are that poor, then it means that we are finishing our people. So we embarked on a program of construction of our ECD, and I'll share with you the innovation that we had there. I'll only be sharing the innovation. In the last 10 years of devolution, Homa Bay only built 20 ECD classes. In the first year of the new government, we built 80 classes. The year that we are talking today, we have built 240 classes. So you can imagine what has been built in the last 2 years vis-a-vis what has been built in the past 10 years. And it's very simple, it's just like this. We came up with a policy innovation. The problem with the ECD construction, because there are so many and we don't have that money, the county used to allocate like 2 million per classroom. And the first year that we allocated 2 million per classroom and every ward was having one class, was to construct one class, actually two. A paltry 50% were completed because 2 million was very little for the constructors. So no, we can't complete with this. So what did we do? We went to our assembly, we developed a policy we called labor-based policy. With the labor-based policy, because the other system had to go through the procurement, and in every step of the procurement, I'm not telling you that people are corrupt, but I'm telling you in every process of procurement is difficult. By the time the money is reaching the contractor, you don't know what is reaching the contractor. So the money is not enough. So what did we do? We came up with a policy that allows us to transfer money directly. Because it's a bill that will allow us to transfer money direct to the communities. So the communities, we give them money, they have their own labor, they have their own fundis, and everything is local. And I tell you, with the 1 million, we transferred only 1 million to every school, and everything is completed, painted, branded with 1 million. With 2 million, we are not able to complete. So that is another innovation. If you want us to share with you the policy that we developed, that is helping us. The last one is on gender, number 5. And we have done very well. We deliberately went forward and decided that we have to look at women, when we are doing employment. As we talk today, I think we are the only county, I don't know if there's another one, that can boast that we have more women in our country than men. 53% of our employees are women, 47 are men. And because of the deliberate effort that we made. But we also developed the gender-based violence policy. We have constructed safe houses, safe areas in every sub-county. So the girls who are raped or who are then they find a place, or they are running away from their parents who want them to get married early, they have a place to go. So this has been constructed everywhere. But more importantly, which I want to conclude, is we are also collaborating with the police stations. And every police station, we have helped them to set a safe reporting place, where women or girls who are abused can report at the safety of where they feel safe, and also women police officers are helping them. So that's what I want to share with you. There's quite a number that I could still go on and on, but I'm sure that we won't have enough time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we give them a clap? I know we can take forever on this. And I know there are a number of counties that are also in the plenary, and we would want to hear from them. Allow me to begin. The mic, I don't know what happened. Money had been poured by the earlier facilitator so that he can manage to go for chicken lunch early, but I am willing to walk around. I'll begin with the CS Kwale, just to hear in a minute, because it's about learning. And we will also throw it to us here to hear questions, but allow her to share her experience in a minute, what is happening within Kwale County.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues from the county and the sharing. I know a lot has been happening, or a lot is happening in the counties in terms of education, agriculture, social economic empowerment and all that. Allow me to just mention one thing that is very unique in Kwale County, and I'd want to probably attach this to the leadership and the governance. Kwale County has the first female governor in the Coast region. And not just that, she's actually the first female Muslim governor in the country. And I think that places her in areas that she's able to do quite a number of issues, especially looking at the SDGs. Because this particular experience that I want to share is actually looking at almost 4 SDGs. SDG 1, 5, 8, I think, and 10. What is happening in Kwale County is that we've tried to organize the women groups into village and savings loan associations. Initially, we had almost maybe about 20, but now we have more than 3,000 organized village and saving loan associations for women. And we did not stop there. Out of these groups, we have encouraged them to register as companies so that they are able to do business with whatever entity. We went further, not to stop there, but to also issue tenders to these women. More than 50 women-owned company, women group-owned company, not a women, si ati ni yangu kama Chidodo, you know, but this is women group-owned companies that are also receiving tenders from the county government, and we are also trying to, we've been working very closely with the other institutions and companies within the county government of Kwale to ensure that they keep getting tenders. Of course, this looks at the issue, takes care of the issue of gender violence, takes care of the issue of economic empowerment, this takes care of the issue of self-esteem, even for the women, and ensuring that everything else is happening well in the homestead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will quickly just draw to the plenary. I've seen one hand up. Oh my God. I want us to start on that side. Let's start at the back, this side. I'll be a little bit cautious on time, so kindly just make it brief. And please, if somebody asks for, raises a question and you think it's an area that you're going to ask, if it's repetitive, let's not repeat it. Let's begin with Waziri West Pokot, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. Just to share a very great experience from West Pokot, where we are working on Ndoa Nyasi initiative, that is eradicating grass-thatched houses. And I'm glad that this addresses more than 6 SDGs there, up and including climate change, of course, no poverty, 1, and also 3, 5, 6, 13, and 14. Out of these, we are targeting 64,000 households within a span of 3 years. And I'm glad that so far we've done it so well. And the same helps these people to collect rainwater, to have solar energy access, to control rodent and snakes, also conservation of grass for livestock. So I'm glad that this also addresses those people who are not well off back at our villages, especially old people, widows, and all that. So that is an experience happening in West Pokot. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to see my county secretary present eloquently the developments in Homa Bay County. I would have wished that he also shares with you on the developments that we have made as a county on the promotion of the youth in terms of employment through the Fundi Mangula program. I know he will focus and elaborate on that. It is an experience that maybe other counties can also learn from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. CS, I think you will close with that one in your closing remarks. We want to hear what is fungu? Fundi Mangula, whatever that means. What the Hebrew word meaning we will get at the end. There's a hand at the very end.
Thank you so much. My name is Eugene Okanda. I have two questions. I have not heard you talk about the impact of corruption and leadership and governance, because I think those are the cornerstone of SDG implementation and best practices. What are some of the challenges as far as corruption is concerned in our counties, and what can we do about it? What support do you need from the civil society as far as holding the counties accountable? Number two, there is a clear connection between data and policy-making processes. What are some of the best practices as far as policy decision-making process is concerned? Because we all know that Kenya has, we normally preach that gospel. Kenya has the best policies in Africa, and some of the countries have applied our own policies and they have worked in their own countries. But I think also there is a clear connection between how those policy-making processes work and data. So what are some of the best practices as far as data-driven policy decision-making processes is concerned at the county level? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a last one there, and then we would move here.
Yeah, thank you so much. Homa Bay, thanks for the beautiful presentation. What I've not heard from you is like how you collaborate with, especially the civil society organizations within Homa Bay County. Because we've seen a lot on social media, you know, we've seen a lot, and even of the development partners coming into the county. Another thing is that are we like confident that our development plan is Mwananchi centered? Yeah, because I'm listening to the beyond zero for the maternal deaths and listening to who has died where, and it doesn't speak to me about the community health volunteers who are always crying about not getting any remuneration. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen, for that. I think we will come here. Is there any hand that was up here? I have one hand here, and then we'll move to this end.
Thank you so much. My name is Purity, Kitui County. I want to appreciate the presentation by the CS Homa Bay, and particularly on the women employees being more than men. That's a very good thing. But then again, we normally, as leaders, hide behind the number. But particularly, where are these women? This number now, where are they and what are they doing? And I think in Kitui we relate to this. We have women employees being slightly higher than men. But you'll find them at the support staff level. So we need to look to unpack the woman. Where is this woman? How many are they at the managerial level? And so forth. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a majority of the questions in this side. Machakos, you want to start?
Yes.
Yes, please proceed.
First, I applaud my colleagues from other counties. As a Machakos County, my names are Mohammed Haji Ibrahim, Directorate for External Resource Mobilization, Partnerships, and Monitoring Evaluation. I will request from the other counties, and the reason I'm here is to learn from the other counties. How do you collaborate with the private sector and also the civil society organizations in your counties towards the development programs? Thank you.
Thank you. I think CS, that one will also just come to you. Let me move to UNDP. I'll come backward. I'll finish at the end, yes.
Thank you. Once again, I'm Nicholas. So listening to all the counties seated there, starting with Kakamega, and this can just cut across. And we are sharing experiences here. Now, because all of us also, we come from different counties. So you say Kakamega, I like the issue of one cow initiative, and I think Wangwe had given an explanation yesterday on some of the quick wins initiatives. I think that is so very much encouraged. Now, you said you are moving to start a milk processing or packaging kind of a factory. Elgeyo Marakwet, they are talking about processing of mangoes, packaging and all that. West Pokot the same. Now, I don't know what experience do you have. I know one county, I do not want to mention, they have had like developing, building a factory processing for milk. The last 10 years, they are not even receiving any milk now. I don't know what experience do you share from them, because This is something that if you continue giving like the one cow, one initiative, why don't you leave the rest for the private sector? For example, like you have in counties, these coolers, the cooling systems, where the cooperatives come and they'll be able to mobilize members. So in terms of credit, could actually be very good, because it looks like counties are not able to manage some of these plans you are developing, and this is an experience. I know it could look good to put a building somewhere, you know, get some resources, but no impact. I think those are some of the things they are calling them white elephant projects. Last one. This is also an observation that I've seen. You are doing very well now in everything, but when we come there in some of these counties and ask for documentations, let me say even something like an asset inventory. One or two counties which we visited recently, in terms of the assets, even some of the like development partners had given them, you're only able to get what do you call police abstracts. So you wonder, how do you get police abstract, 10 of them in one county? You go to another one, you get 10. So when you want to ask, like, where were these assets managed and all that, I saw that is a weakness that is actually there in the counties. Lastly, the issue of livelihood projects, I think would really emphasize on that a lot. You talk about ECDs, every county talking about ECDs, which I think should have been done in the first 10. So we are again on the 15th year. I mean, sorry, in year 11, 13, 14, we're on the, you know, we are still talking about most of these ECDs. Thank you so much.
I have the most questions on this side. I think we start at the back as we move forward.
Yeah, my name is Alex Onduko from Kwale. There's a comment from the floor on issues of corruption. And the question was, what do we want civil societies to do? For me, is civil societies need to be honest and truthful in their reporting, not to be sensational. Because what we are reporting a lot in the counties as corruption is perceived and without information, without facts. So if you'd come and get the facts before reporting, that would be very good. That would be, for us to fight corruption, then we need to be factual in what we are saying. So that would be my request to the civil societies. Be factual in what you're reporting, seek for facts. Then we'll fight corruption. Thank you.
Thank you. That's one question down.
I'm coming up, eh?
Yes.
Thank you, Chebet from West Pokot, and Alex is my chairman, so we are the finance and economic planning people. Thank you for the peer-to-peer learning that has been going on today. It's actually very good to hear what other counties are doing. My first comment would be on the public participation model and how it disenfranchises the children and people living with disabilities. So I'm glad to hear how other counties are able to tackle that. And then another comment, mine is actually mostly comments. The other one would be on upscaling of programs that are supported by donors and partners. What has worked well in West Pokot is that we've been able to do MOUs so that if I see Elgeyo Marakwet had an implementation in 3 wards, and then after that the program stalled. So we can have a situation where the county government is involved from the very beginning. But most importantly, as we're all going to data and data sets, can we work on common systems or I just had a comment on COBOL was working somewhere and then we moved to something else in another county, I think it's Kilifi County. So, but some of us are being trained on COBOL. So we want to see, as we're moving ahead, can we work on harmonized systems so that we can be able to collect harmonized data? Last but not least, CSOs are, and the private, somebody was asking how do we involve the private society and CSOs. We really want them to work in conjunction and aligned with the county governments, because it is not cost effective to go and collect the same data that somebody else already has. So if we can have a data bank that is actually, if it's through KNBS, we have some common place where everybody is sourcing the data so we don't have to keep replicating the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. There's a hand just, yeah, there. I think somewhere here there should be, kindly note, the questions are standing between you and lunch and the chicken.
Yes, Lucy from UN Women. Thank you to counties for the good progress that you are making. I would like to hear probably about the public participation, because we know in the SDG localization, public participation is key. Just to know that you're engaging the communities in all the work you are doing, because you are providing services to them. But I haven't heard any of you talk about how you're engaging the citizens. The aspect of public participation, how is it work? How is it working in your counties? How you are applying it, or is it a challenge? What are the challenges, and how do you prefer it to be improved? So please, if someone can tell us about the public participation aspect.
Thank you. I am tempted to skip some. Please use 30 seconds so that we get to hear all the questions. I don't want to leave anybody out, please.
All right. Arnold Gekonge from Champions for SDGs. I see that our colleagues are really frogging the SDGs implementation really well. Maybe Eunice, you'll decide who responds to this. These very good practices, how will the other counties get to learn from them, especially those who are not here, maybe? And as the Council of Governors, you might be able to respond to that. Secondly, Mr. Joel from West Pokot, you mentioned your initiative of tree planting as part of climate action. Are you just planting the trees, or you are growing the trees? Do you make sure that they survive, or once you plant, you go away? And where do you get the seedlings? And then lastly, are you also engaged with the financing locally led climate actions? The FLOCA program, is that one of the best practices that you could mention? And maybe what is your experience in that? Thank you.
Thank you. Please, 30 seconds.
My name is Raphael from Kiambu. Mine goes to the CS. And basically all the panels. When you spoke about the current administration. So as a country, we are looking at the current administrations. Is it to say that if you start a project and it's not complete, by the time the current administration goes away, again we have the white elephants that we have. Then maybe from the Council of Governors, maybe you'll respond to this. Is it prudent for also to look at the economic blocks that have been formed in the counties instead of replicating what we have in each county? If there are counties like West Pokot and Elgeyo Marakwet, they're in the North Rift economic block. Is it also to get some collaboration, maybe addressing the 17th goal on partnerships? Thank you.
Mine will be a quick one, not a question, but an input for the Homa Bay County, and I think the CS will elaborate more on it. I think Homa Bay County is now currently boasting of 2 awards by the Council of Governors, one for the public participation, which we got as a partner IDF, and one for the governor for the open governance process. And this has been very much unique. In Homa Bay County is second from Macondi County for developing a public participation matrix that starts from the cluster to the county level. But what we have done much more is to institutionalize social accountability in Homa Bay County. And we have used a very unique social accountability tool known as Citizen Report Card to identify the service standards for the Department of Governance. And Homa Bay County is the first county to come up with the unique service charters for public participation and civic education, access to information, and the central units. This is a best practice, and it has been relayed so much in our VLR for the public participation model. So the engagement, we are doing engagement but not public participation. There is a much difference between public participation and public engagement. So the county government is raising much more on the engagement to leverage on the public participation.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jerry. I work with the Media Council of Kenya. Now, as a media practitioner myself and someone who works very closely with the media, the last 2 days have really provided me with so many stories, beautiful stories here at the counties. But my question is, and I want to throw this to any member from the counties, how do you get to share these beautiful stories with the media? And it's closely related to what Arnold has actually asked about. How do you share this information with other counties, neighboring counties, so they can actually learn from you? Thank you.
Thank you. I have 2 more. I have one there, and then I close here. Oh.
Okay, my name is Boville from Homa Bay County. My question is,
to you people from different counties. Right now you can see in Molo, a cabbage goes for 1 shilling. What do you do to promote inter-county trade? Because if you go to Turkana, Marsabit, Pokot, you'll find that they don't have that vegetable. Another one is on the issue of ECD. You find that most counties spend more money on bursaries to give secondary school children and universities, while their function that is ECD, they still neglect. So what is the challenge there? Do you give bursaries so that you can get votes in return and leave the children who needs the much needed help? On publishing of the budget documents, this is still a challenge from most of the counties. They speak sweet words, but if you go to look for what they've done on the reports, you can't find. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you'll come there, then I close it here. Please make it brief.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief on this one. Coming from the political side and issues of governance, my question is to the counties and how they are working with the CSOs in a situation where you see the mwananchi or the communities. Sometimes I think maybe they sabotage their own development by not actually, when you say issues of social accountability, we look at institutions, and the villains are actually the county people, or they are the ones involved in the corruption, the CSOs, but we are not looking at the community themselves. So what are they doing, or are there any programs that are trying to maybe build capacity of the mwananchi? And on the last note, I would put there's a poll, maybe some of you have seen it on EACC portal X, where people are being asked, if you find yourself in corruption, would you engage in it, leave it, or do it? 56% out of 30,000 people are saying, I will engage in it. So when I look at these SDGs, none targets the person and to monitor how they are doing in terms of corruption. Thank you.
One last person. Oh, this one. Okay.
Please, I will.
Yeah, mine is not a question, it's actually an observation. Because listening to the panelists, I think what came to me is we are doing very well. Yeah? Is we are doing a lot. And to me, it's like we are done with even SDG, whatever, realization. But when you look at the data that was presented, I think the first day by, was it UNICEF, the poverty levels, you know, they speak different. When you look at even the gaps, they speak different. I'm not sure whether, but there's a concern, whether maybe next time we can, you know, also have a way of also bringing out the gaps. What are the challenges? I think a lot have been asked, and maybe there is someone who also asked in terms of vitu kwa grounds kwaje. So that's only my concern. Because listening to this, I think we are done with SDGs in those counties. But on the ground, I'm not sure.
Okay. I want to close. CS, your hand has been up 10 times. I'm tempted to close people out. I'll give him 30 seconds for the sake of my life out here. I'm not a resident of Mombasa. Then I'll take CS, Embu, and then I'll close here. Please, 30 seconds. Ukipita tunakata.
Thank you, madam. My name's Francis Itabari again. I come from Meru County. And I'm sure when you guys hear about Meru, it's quite interesting anyway. Yes. This question is directed to you, Madam Moderator. Now, the Office of Council of Governors, you have seen the issues that are in Meru. I've had my colleague Okanda there mention something to do with corruption. Yesterday, somebody mentioned something to do with one cow being given to a whole village, one cow. And then we have fleet of cars, gasolas actually, following one cow, being given to one village of maybe like 30,000 people. And then we are wondering how this one would really happen. It's a good idea anyway, just like they are saying. And he said there will be a report there for us to do. Now we're asking, is there anything really? Aki mnaturumia, ama tuengoje Mungu tu? Because what is the Council of Governors doing actually? Because we know the case is before the court anyway. We can't discuss that one. But is there anything that you are doing as an office really, Council of Governors? What is your role when it comes to Meru, for example? Tuko kwa shinda?
Okay, wacha tutoke Meru. Wacha tutoke Meru tumalizie hapo Embu. Okay, just 30 seconds then umalize na Embu hapo nyuma. I want to close this kabisa.
Okay, thank you. My name is John Olela from the National Treasury.
Yes.
I think we've had very good experiences, which again gives us hope that we are moving towards the right direction. I just wanted to also highlight that Homa Bay, for example, I consider them a trailblazer in most of the areas. You realize they were the ones to hold a great investment summit, which was then followed by a number of counties. I remember I participated in Kakamega pre-summit where I represented my PS and made a statement. My issue is these summits, are they turning into investments? Do we have anything to share for those who have done them, so that probably other counties may follow, or they just end up at the summit level? Thank you.
The last kabisa. Hey, munajua nitanyimwa kuku.
Thank you very much. My name is Emi Ruria. I'm the County Secretary Embu. Just to mention that for us as a county, which is a women-led county, we've really embraced digitalization. When we came in, our collection was very minimal, but we've been able to turn around to more than 200% revenue collection. And even for AGPO, where we're involving the women and the youth and the challenged, we have been able even to turn that around, and we're making deliberate efforts to ensure that they apply, because the problem has been the application for tenders by this targeted group, but we've been making deliberate efforts to make sure that that is done. And as a county, which is mostly agricultural, we have come up with circles where we engage the youth, the women, and then we are targeting the various value chains. You form your circles according to your value chains, and then now you push forward together and put money in the pockets of our people. Now, our governor is a champion on peer review, and someone asked about what do you do as counties to share this knowledge. Normally, we have the county peer review mechanism where we actually normally sit in and the county governors review each other. So that has also been instrumental in ensuring that we get best practices from the various counties and we learn from each other. And a matter that is actually on governance and ensuring that the past projects are taken up. As a county, we have taken deliberate efforts to make sure that all those projects that were started do not just turn out to be white elephants. We're not coming up with new projects. We finish up, because most of them, some of them maybe is just furniture, finishing the hospital, or concluding or repairs. We just make sure we finish the projects, and then now we proceed. We are not coming up with any new projects until we finish the projects that are there. And we have a lot of engagement with the community on everything that we do. We have to bring the communities on board. Governor moves from one point to the next of the county. Even for our CIDP, she visited all the 20 wards to make sure that we get input for everything that we do. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Time is much gone. I'll give our panel here 1 minute each to respond, and in so doing, allow me to just begin by saying one. Just speaking up from where she's spoken about the peer reviews, we do a lot of documentation, and we do a lot of communities of practice across counties and across sectors. And colleagues here will tell you part of the peer reviews that we do, both virtually and even when sitting together, as late as last week, actually Monday, Tuesday this week, there was a team in Vihiga from the ASAL counties, just looking at what the county is doing in as far as health is concerned, and what they're doing in as far as spatial planning. Because at a button, you're able to tell who is where in that county. So we are doing a lot of learning. Some of these things may not be out here, but a lot is happening in as far as learning is concerned. Of course, there's a gap in as far as inter-county agreements are concerned, and it's something that we need to look into keenly. And inter-county, I'm not talking about blocks. Inter-county means just county X is neighboring county Y. We have this in common. For instance, there are two counties bordering each other. We all don't need an abattoir. we should be asking ourselves, what do we need to do so that one of us has this leveraging on advantages that they have over the other. It's an area that we've been working on. It has not picked up so well, especially on those inter-county agreements. But again, we have blocks that counties are working in. We hope that they will take a lot of shape. A lot is happening. As today, is it today or yesterday, the president was in Wajir? Is it Garissa? Now, where we are having the pastoralist communities from all that region, the investments and the discussions around how do we then better develop that particular region. So this is happening. The only thing is how do we coalesce all these discussions together so that then we are speaking from one point. And then, of course, before they come on, I've spoken to the Marifa Center, our knowledge sharing platform where we do this. I've spoken to the regional economic blocks. And then the last one, of course, the issue of governance. I'll say this, there's a meme that has been going on in the media about choppers standing on one side of the field, and then on the other side, we have runners receiving 150. Was it 15,000? What 2,000 and 13,000, and then whoever showed up to give that gift has come with a chopper. Did you see that meme? Several choppers. Choppers were more than the money that was being given in terms of notes. Does it talk about governance? I think it sends us back to the drawing board as a people, and I'll keep saying this. Until we get tired as Kenyans and say, tumechoka, punda haijachoka bado. Let's move on. Let me begin from Kakamega. I will not go beyond that. I am a technical person. Mimi si mwanasiasa.
Okay, thank you. Because I will just close where...
1 minute.
1 minute. I'm looking at what they are talking about, the conference. I think Kakamega conference was quite successful, because there were around 23 MOUs that were signed. And then currently we are having, one of them was in implementation of the organic fertilizer plant, which is construction is ongoing. We have another one for timber, which is already complete and it is working. And lastly, we have others like what you signed with Skipra. We are trying to assist us in doing the statistical abstract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll just pick a few points. One, I'll go straight to the question that asked around the civil society. I think my colleague, the chair of civil society of Homa Bay, Ojijo, has just spoken, so I don't want to repeat that, because what I'm presenting here, he was more than capable of presenting. Yeah. Actually, without me here, Ojijo could have done it, because we are working together, everything we are doing together. We have a monthly meeting with the civil society. There's a Homa Bay Civil Society Network that is working very closely. So everything that I'm reading here is he can do it. I don't want to say that anymore. The next one, Ojijo has also mentioned about the public participation model that we have, which won actually at the Council of Government, the Devolution Conference. We picked it initially from Makueni. We had experts from Makueni who came to us, and so we talked, and after that we made our own and did our own modifications, and now I think it's award-winning public participation model. There's no time if you need, I can talk to you later. On the issue around the investment conference, I think that's a very important question to ask, a really pertinent question. It is worth it, but there are tricks to it. You don't just go into investment conference if you're not ready. Just because somebody did it successfully, you also want to do an investment conference, it will not work. You really have to do a groundwork. By the time you have your investment conference, you should be having an idea who is attending and what is their interest. And actually at the investment conference, many a times is for signing now the MOUs. So you start a groundwork almost 1 year early for you to have a very good and successful investment conference. That's what we did, and I can really proud to tell you that we have not less than 10 investors who are at different stages of completing. And we gave our investors, once we sign a MOU, we give you 18 months. If you are not ready to move forward, we disengage. And then we could filter out those who are just joyriding, and then we are able now to say people who are serious. We have several examples that I can give you. Because of time, I'm not going to get there, but it's working. The last one, people ask about the stall project. Actually, sometimes I feel so proud, because when my governor went in, and for the first 1 year, people were talking about she's just a PR because she was just completing people's projects. One of the projects that we completed was the stadium. Those who are Homa Bay, you know it very well. It was a white elephant that had been there for many years. the current office where the governor is also a completed project. The Kigoto mill, the maize mill is there. So what we did is that the first 100 days, we said that we are not going to initiate any new projects. So we listed all the stalled projects. And actually, for those who will be coming in the next government, the easiest fruit to take, the low-hanging fruit, finish the project, brand them, and you're starting a good food. And that alone pushed the government to a very high level. By the time we are starting our projects, people realize that these people are really serious to work. I think I want to stop it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Joel, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. In West Pokot, we have a gender policy, and we are doing implementation on that. And a processing plant, and a milk processing plant, we have a lot of cooling plants for milk, which was one of preparedness that we are trying to come up with the processing plant. And also we are doing a lot of breeding for milk production and provision of AI services. We have a lot of cooperative society who are dealing with the issue of milk processing plant. The issue of mango processing plant that we are doing together with the Elgeyo Marakwet, I think we need to strengthen that collaboration between the two counties so that we know which works better. On the issue of best practices, under operationalization of all the completed infrastructure, we are trying to ensure that we adopt maybe the PPP model to ensure the completed programs are taken care of. And on the issue of, lastly, on the issue of bursary, I think West Pokot was among the top county to allocating of bursary of 600 million to students last year. So, which was actually addressing the issue of illiteracy in our county. So thank you so much for that brief.
Jen, just take 20 seconds, please, your closing parting shot.
Okay, thank you. On the livelihood projects, there's someone who asked about the livelihood projects. I can confirm that we have the Kenya Business Development Center program through USAID and Strathmore University that is supporting the communities. I also talked about various other programs that we are doing, including the Mombasa Niangu support program. Talking about collaboration and partnership, what we realized, and when it comes to public participation, we are working with the civil society to conduct public participation. We have what we call the Mombasa County Development Trust, that is a consortium of the civil society organization, and they take part because we realize we have that Mombasa Niangu. Mombasa belongs to all of us, it doesn't belong to the government, and for us to be able to strengthen collaboration, we feel that is the best way. Finally, when it comes to the issues of ECD, there is someone who asked about the support to the ECDs. For Mombasa, almost all ECDs are in the primary schools. So as you support the ECD centers, you are also able to support the primary schools. Otherwise, what we realize when it comes to VRL, no intervention is small. You start somewhere for you to be able to achieve our goals of implementing all the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Elisha, if you close on the data.
Yeah, on the data, Eugene asked about the data-driven decisions. And I will give an example of Elgeyo Marakwet. We have something called Equitable Development and EDA. It's a mirror of the CRA sharing formula. If you go through it, for example, there are parameters like population of the area, the poverty levels. Those parameters are given several weights. And because of that, then that ward, for example, will be given a certain amount of money based on the data that is from that place. So they're given funds based on what the data that is available from there on the parameters. And maybe just to add one last, there is the MOUs with industries, e.g. for barley in Elgeyo Marakwet. Somebody mentioned about, I think it was Ojijo, about these cabbages and all these that get rotten. So some of the governments like Elgeyo Marakwet, they go with the companies into some MOUs so that they can be able to buy these products later. For example, for barley, for making liquor and all those. Maybe because of time we may not be able to exhaust, but thank you so much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Okay, I thought somebody was waving. Allow me to appreciate the panel, but I also just invite us, if you could kindly give them a clap as they take their seats. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking much of your lunchtime. I'm sure the chicken is not cold. Thank you.
there was a question on corruption, which needs to be, is the elephant in the room apparently. Nobody wants to touch it, nobody wants to talk about it. Yeah?
In a minute, let me ask, who does government do business with? The private sector, yeah? Yes? The citizen. Who gives money back to the government people? Eh? The business owners. Who owns the business? Therein lies our problem.
I do not agree with that response. And I do not want to be controversial because I know I can start a fire in here, right?
No, just for the purposes who asked this question on corruption, that there's no indicator addressing corruption. It's actually target 16.5, indicator 16.51, and it looks at the proportion of the public that were asked a bribe by public officials. And from the KNBS statistics, it has reduced. Actually, the indicator reads proportion of persons who had at least one contact with public official and who paid a bribe in the last 12 months. It has gone down. It moved from 41.1% in 2022 to 25.7%. This is information from the public. Is the public saying that we are asking less? We have become less corrupt. So the indicator's there. The indicator's there, yeah.
I think, you know, paying the bribe is one thing, but if you look at the reports of the Auditor General, it's plain for all of us to see. And the big question is the pilferage of public funds by elected officials at the national or at the county government level. We need to have a conversation about that. But we'll not do it now because I know we'll spend half of the afternoon discussing it. Of course, there's a role for citizens, you know, to hold government officials to account, but the consistent weakening of public institutions that are supposed to arrest, investigate, arrest, prosecute, and jail those who are stealing public funds is a big problem in this country. We are not ready for that conversation because when you talk about it, hey, you know, you appear like you're the bad one. Then the magnitude. Our previous president told us we are losing how much? 2 billion per day. It is in the public domain. And this is the receiver of intelligence information from all corners of the world. I do not want to be arrested. I'm just saying what is out there in the public domain. Yeah? That is a big problem. So let's go for lunch. Quickly, let's hand over to Nicholas for a quick announcement. Lunch will be at the restaurant downstairs. We are back in 1 hour at exactly 2:30.
Thank you. An announcement. The following officers from these counties, make sure you see me after lunch because of the assignment that you are aware. People from Samburu County, where are you? Samburu, Homa Bay, West Pokot, Embu, Wajir County, Kitui, Narok, and finally Kwale. Make sure at least you don't go home this evening before we meet. I'll make sure that I'll sit behind there in the afternoon, a strategic place. So individually, make sure you see me. Thank you. Because of the assignment that you are aware of. Thank you.
Excellent. Let's go enjoy lunch and have conversations on the last question, right? I think it's a heavy issue. It requires a Hamjambo, mabibi na mabwana. Lakini sio kila mtu ni bibi ama bwana, si ndio? Eh? Oh, George is telling me mabibi na mabwana is a respectful way to address ladies and gentlemen. It does not necessarily imply there's a matrimonial, a matrimonial relationship. Mabibi na mabwana, karibuni sana kwa kikao cha mwisho adhuhuri ya leo. Nitamuita, what is nini? Moderator in Kiswahili? Nitamuita moderator. Moderator, Nitamuita mwenyekiti wa kikao ambacho kitafanyika adhuhuri ya leo. Anaitwa Flo, mnamjua nyinyi wote. Flo, na kukaribisha hapa mbele kwa moyo mkunjufu. Karibu sana, and you can invite your panelists. And Flo is very generous. She's going to spend the shortest time on this last panel. So we can go prepare, process, anticipate the evening gala. Those who haven't registered, please register. But before Flo does her thing, you saw a QR code on the screen. Rudisha your QR code kwa screen. I think we've discussed data over the last 3 days, and there was a panel this morning. And as of data collected yesterday, there was only one Mulikamuizi in the room by yesterday. I don't know if the number has increased, but my assumption is we have smartphones. Please scan the QR code. Don't say you are not given an opportunity to propose strategies and ideas to enhance data availability for SDGs. It's actually very short. You can fill it within 1 minute. It's not the Kenya Integrated Household Survey. Very, very short. Scan the QR code, tafadhali, and participate in giving solutions. Like we said, we want solutions by the end of the day. I haven't seen you, Andrew. Have you scanned the QR code? Sijakuona. Let me see who else is on their laptop and not scanning the QR code. Scan the QR code and fill in the very, very short survey to contribute ideas. Meanwhile, we can have Finland, we can have Uganda, our friends from Uganda, fantastic. What strategies can be put in place within the next 4 to ensure? So is it 4 years, is it 4 what? Oh, the 4 is 4 years, There's a question that's hanging there, it's 4 years. The next 4 years is just a typo. The next 4 years. And we're going to incorporate your ideas into the next strategy for the development of statistics, which will be implemented over the next 4 years. So your answers, responses are not going to go in vain. I'm informed the CEO of Polycom is here. Where are you? Board chair of Polycom. Apologies. Polycom? just come and say a quick hello as participants scan the QR code. Apologies for that, and you can introduce yourself and what you do, so the participants know. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Esther Kech. I'm actually a board member, not board chair, of Polycom Girls in Kibra. So I'm a staff at the Parliamentary Service Commission, and we are here for sports, the Yala Games. And I decided to join you as you finish the SDG, the annual SDG interconference meeting. So it's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for welcoming me.
Let's clap for her. And thank you so much for finding time to join us. Is everybody done with the QR code? Okay, fantastic. Over to you, Flo, to take us through the last panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm not sure that you're still alert after the heavy lunch. Good afternoon again. So, this is the last panel for this conference. And also, we are now welcoming our international guest. Sawa sawa? Yeah. So as Kenyans, how do we welcome international guests? Mwamuke, that's Uganda. Mwamuke, please stand. Please stand. You can copy what she's doing. She didn't want to come in. Abuja dance. We show them how you dance. I'm looking at those who are sitting down. You have to participate in this one. A minute. Let's shake off the food for a minute. Okay. Nini wa mudansi mnamwangalia tu.
If there was a dancing competition, man, Kenyans would be doing so badly. Mnajua style moja tuanguka nayo. Na mbona mwanguki nayo? Weka anguka nayo basi waanguke nayo. Tuweke kitu wanajua, because now that one, it seems like some people are dancing with both legs. Others look like they have two right legs.
Yeah, you look like you're not welcoming the visitor enough. You know, we have to...
Others are so rigid. Unaona mtu akinama ni kama atavunjika. Aha. Si basi anguka nayo ndio hiyo. Tuanguke nao, si ndio? You have to be a Gen Z at heart, in the mind, or physically. Twende basi. Wazee, unajua hakuna video inachukuliwa. We are not going to report you back home. Anguka nayo for once.
Uganda is winning. Okay. Okay, sawa basi.
Sawa DJ, sawa DJ.
Asante. No, msikae chini. Don't. I didn't say you sit down. You have to shake off your food as we get our international guests. So the next one is our guest from Finland. Yes. Finish. I'm always getting Lisama. You know, I told the DJ, finish.
I can hear knees cracking. There's some knees cracking.
You need to find a Finnish song as we welcome our guests. See, this is the Kenyan way of welcoming guests.
Yes.
Yeah, acha tusikie Finnish wanakuanga na nini. I have no clue. DJ una. Okay. Is that Finnish? Okay, just...
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Daima.
That's the Kenyan way.
Daima.
Tukijiita wa Kenya, nchi yenye
daima.
Kenya nchi yenye baraka. Tumekomboa Kenya, taifa letu tukufu. Tumebadili mwendo. Tutalinda katiba mpya.
Endeleeni hivyo hivyo.
Thank you.
Daima.
Thank you so much. You can have your seats. Davis, nisaidie na hiyo mic.
George is traumatized. He's saying he was born in the era when.
Thank you so much. And I want to thank you on behalf of this panel for welcoming them very well to Kenya. I hope you feel welcomed. Do you? Okay, so we can take it from there. As you know, we are very big on Kenyan hospitality, and so we did want to miss out on making sure that you feel quite at home, but also you relax, you don't feel tensed. I was trying to make them not feel tensed, because I can imagine they've listened to us since day one. They've heard so many things. They've maybe learned, hopefully, new things, but more importantly, they're here also to share with us where they're coming from and, things that maybe we are not aware as Kenyans. So, colleagues, as I start, what do you know about Uganda? Muongee na sauti. One by one. At in-laws. Chokera has in-laws. Masoke. The ghetto kids. There's a festival George goes to that people don't talk about.
Shoebill bird.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, you should know.
Anyway, I see we know so much about the crane, Uganda. What do we know about Finland? Migingo in Uganda. What do we know about Finland? Okay, how many of you have been to Finland in this room? Hands up. How many have been to Finland? Oh my goodness. Nobody has been to Finland in this room. Hata mimi sijafika huko. Yani, I think you need to call us for peer-to-peer learning. Yeah. Anyway, so let's get into serious business. And so, as you all know, this is a panel that most of us look forward to because we talk about the peer-to-peer learning, getting to hear from our colleagues. Normally, it's Uganda, Tanzania, and Finland. This year, we've gotten apologies, as I said before, from Tanzania. They're getting into their elections, and they sent their sincere apologies. And also, they had a list of activities and many things going on. Mandugu zetu wakasema, hii mwaka wataweza kukuja, lakini mumpokee apologies. Mmepokea? Okay. And so, as we start this panel, I'll want to start with one just question. I want to make it a bit personal and then go to the serious business. So I'll start with you, Linda. As you introduce yourself, as you introduce the organization, for people to know which organization are you coming from. One thing about Linda, for those that know Linda, if you follow Linda on social media, Linda is always updating events. You know the way, how many of you struggle with social media? Hands up. At least Linda can give you a tip. Don't lie. How many of you struggle with posting things on social media? Linda, look around the room. I know we are many of us. And so I see Linda every other day, like every day there's something she's posting. So Linda, maybe you can give us tips on how you do this, but more importantly, introduce yourself and then just personalize how you do this and what we can learn from you.
Okay, Asante sana. You know, they say Swahili was born in Tanzania, fell sick in Kenya, and died in Uganda, and was buried in Rwanda. So apologies for my very bad Swahili. My name is Linda Saba from the United Nations Association of Uganda. and I'm the programs manager and the coordinator for the Accelerate SDGs program that is supported by the United Nations Association of Finland. Our main niche is really young people in education institutions, and when I say education institutions, I mean the university, high schools, primary schools, and those out of school. But we also do work with the media, very passionate about the media, and also our colleagues in the civil society. What we do with young people is try to build their capacity, give them the skills that they don't get in class. For example, when you go into, for example, you're doing a course in medicine, no one is going to teach you how to interpret policies or even how to draft position papers. No one will give you, a lecture on networking, lobbying, or trying to get your issues passed on. And we are trying to build a generation of young people who will not only run to the streets, but be able to utilize the seat that they get on the table, because we are fighting to get young people to the table. So what happens if you get to the table and you don't know what to do? So that's what we try to do. And as we do that, we try to bring them closer to the UN and the government, because we know they're the ones that own the majority of the seats. And there's a saying in Uganda that says, if you can't get a seat to the table, you drag your own seat to the table. And getting into social media, yes, it is, like they say, it's a Gen Z thing, but also I think the millennials are trying their best these days. And just maybe a tip, it's trying to make it personal, being intentional with it, and seeing what it will help maybe someone who reads it 2 or 3 years later. So it's not about, posting the funny things only, but trying to post something that, that someone will learn from the given, whatever you're posting, not now, but later when they come back and read. Are they picking something, especially the younger generation? And if I've responded to that question well.
Thank you so much, Linda, and most welcome. I'll go to Yeni. Maybe just Yeni to introduce yourself for people to understand the organization you're coming from and your priority areas. But also maybe something about you. One thing that, having worked with Yeni for a few years now, Yeni is always fundraising in a good way, and she understands the fundraising, aspects and what is going on. And so maybe just to give us, I know most of you always, you're always looking for funding, you're always looking for collaborations, opportunities, and maybe it's good to hear from somebody who's not maybe you and I think maybe many times we end up with the same perceptions of things, and so maybe to hear what is happening out there, just your own opinions in terms of the shrinking spaces and what can be done. Yeni, thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And I have noticed now that we have even blended music between Finland and Kenya, since the song that was finished sounded a bit Kenyan to me. So, yeah, I know, it was a bad joke. But anyway, we have very close connections. I have been here now, this is the 3rd time, and I come from UN Association of Finland. And as Linda told, we have a project accelerating SDGs in East Africa, together with the UNAs in Tanzania and Uganda and the SDG Kenya Forum. And that's why we have the pleasure to attend this conference annually. UNA Finland, it is not part of the UN system. It is part of a network of almost 100 national UNAs. We have our umbrella organization, World Federation of UN Associations, and it has offices in New York, in Geneva, and in Seoul. And what can I say? Well, we do different things in different countries, but in Finland we have been active in advocacy as well, and that's why we started to support the East African advocacy work for the UNAs. And then when we were looking for a partner in Kenya, we didn't, or there is no UNA Kenya, so luckily UNA Tanzania localized SDGs Kenya Forum, because the kind of a work we do is very similar. We coordinate the CSO participation, especially to the SDGs. So it's almost like being a sister organization, although we don't share the same name. When it comes to funding, I think multi-stakeholderism has been a big trend, but I see at the moment, unfortunately, that is going down. There's a lot of geopolitical tensions, and the power dynamics between countries are sort of playing out. And I think governments are less likely to involve NGOs in their work. The space for civil society seems to be shrinking, and every time militarism gets higher, the civil society gets down. Even in Finland, the government has suspended the funding for the peace organizations that have functioned for 100 years. So their co-funding is also now cancelled from the beginning of next year, which is really, really unfortunate. Also, I see a similar trend towards the organizations working in human rights. It's harder to get support for that. What I see as rising trends at the moment is the local level. Cities are doing a lot. There are many big cities that have an organization for the implementation of the SDGs that are bigger than in the respective countries. For example, in Finland, that's the case as well. The city of Espoo has 30 members in the SDG organization, whereas nationally there are only 3 employed staff members. And then I think, climate is definitely one of the themes from the SDGs that is on the rise. So climate financing is something that is sort of a continuing trend, but it's mostly, I would say, business related. So a lot of the funding will be channeled to different types of business, at least PPPs, if not directly to some kind of private companies. And it will be quite hard for the really grassroots organizations or indigenous people's organizations to tap onto that funding. And as national CSOs, I think we have to fight for that space for them to be able to implement and to influence the criteria, because it's also a controversial topic. The green transition is necessary. We need to get rid of the fossil fuels really quickly. We have almost less than 7 years to tip the emissions down internationally. But then it shouldn't be done at the expense of the rights of the local communities. We also experienced that problem in the Nordics. I will also talk about that as part of my presentation, the rights of the Sami people, the indigenous people. But yeah, I think innovative funding, if you can come up with like tangible solutions, link them to a variety of actors. I think there's a lot of sort of momentum. The EU regulation for private sector is increasing, or it has already increased a lot. There's the Corporate Social Sustainable and Reporting Directive that is mandatory for all the corporations to report, depending on the size, either already or from the beginning of next year or 26, depending on the size. But I think that also may open up some opportunities as the corporations want to do, leave the positive handprint. Yeah, so those are my tips.
Thank you so much, Yeni. You've had cities, of course, this is counties. There's a lot of concentration on counties. Climate change, private partnerships, PPPs, and so maybe it's time some of us started to rethink in terms of what needs to work as we move forward. And so back to you, Linda, just as you start maybe just giving us examples in terms of what Uganda has been focusing on. And so colleagues, what happens is every time the international team comes in, we have a conversation around what is it they want to speak about, and we let them, of course, they know their country better. And I know that, Linda, you have a lot of focus on young people and very good concrete examples. And I know the youth delegates yesterday and today have been asking questions in terms of how do we come up with tangible solutions and engagements. When I was looking up the statistics for Uganda, I realized that Uganda is at 50 million currently with the 2024 census, about 50 million. As you all know, Kenya is currently at 55 million, yet Kenya is 2 times the size of Uganda. And so that means there's a lot of pressure of how Uganda maybe handles the youth bulge and how to ensure that young people are the center of development. And so, Linda, most welcome, just to let us know maybe how you're approaching this and maybe the things that you're learning and what Kenya can also take forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence. Yes, Uganda has a very youthful population. I think it's close to 80% if you round it off of the total population. And we say young people, everyone below 24, they are close to 80%. They are quite many. We have the ones below 18 are more than the ones between 18 and 24. I think it's around 50-something percent. So what has happened is when it comes to the SDGs, Uganda has really localized them. They have integrated the SDGs into the National Development Plan. So everything that is happening in Uganda is really around the SDGs. And as under that localization process, they have created, under the Office of the Prime Minister, they created the SDG Secretariat. So this one is the one that handles all matters around SDGs, and it has helped in coordinating government and also the civil society and everyone else that is doing work on the SDGs. So under the SDG Secretariat, we've created what we call the Youth Coalition on SDGs. So this youth coalition brings together young people and organizations that focus on young people and are working to support the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. But also as civil society, we have created the Core Reference Group, the SDG Core Reference Group, and this one brings together the different civil society organizations in the country that are working towards implementation of realization of SDGs. And in the core reference group, we have the thematic areas, yes, which are the 17 SDGs, but we also have the youth thematic group. So we are like intentional on making sure that the youth are a focus, not because youth issues cross-cut in all the SDGs. So we have a thematic group that focuses on young people. And in that particular thematic group and in the SDG Youth Coalition, the UN Association plays a leadership role and is part of like the people that lead those given groups. When it comes to the UN Association, all the activities we do, we take them, we don't believe in this type of setup for the young people. We go down to the grassroots. Like, we go to the young people in a space that they understand and appreciate. And I think that's a discussion we're also having with Arnold. I was actually challenging him on, they're doing young people thing, but the old people way. Like you want to have panels, you want to have conferences in beautiful hotels. Why don't you go down and play games? When you're talking about the SDGs, can you simplify it that further? Because we have young people, for example, those that are out of school, that might not even understand, or they feel they're not even concerned about SDGs. But if you explain it to them in a way that they understand, there's a way they start giving you ideas on what to do. For example, one of the things we did recently is we call it the SDG activations. So we get young people who are talented in different ways. For example, those that do skating, educate them, take them through the sustainable development goals, and they now try to understand them their way, and we go on the streets. We have them talk to the people. For example, we were in an area called Kalere. That's a marketplace. It's a very busy marketplace with, Uganda is known for boda, so many boda people, the taxis, and the people, the ladies that are selling, and the men that, there's even that place where they slaughter animals. So it's really, really busy. So we had the young people deliver this information about sustainable development goals. And after that, we sat with them in a pitch, like in a playground, and they started telling us what they got from what they were doing. So it would be easy to get them into a hotel, say Sheraton or Serena or whatever, but getting them in their community, and they know these people. They were talking to the people selling in the market, like, I even went and told my mother, and she was telling me, why didn't you tell me these things at home? Like, I also didn't know them, but now I know them. And they feel, even up to now, they keep following up and saying, I keep talking to these people, and they have changed. They have at least improved on the way they feed. They no longer, want to eat a lot of chips. They prefer eating the silver fish because this person picked interest in, say, SDG 2. The other thing we've done is, with support from Finland, we have gone to the schools. And going to the schools is not like just going and talking to them, standing there for an hour and telling them about SDGs and preaching the gospel according to Saint SDG. No. It is creating games, picking particular, when you go and talk about, when you say SDGs, it feels so big. It's like a whole elephant moving in from Queen Elizabeth National Park and placing it into Kampala, and it is lost. So we try and say, okay, now we are going to focus on, say, SDG 3. What is it? Health. What exactly? Are we looking at, say, 3.6, which is road safety? Are we looking at the one on the FCTC, on tobacco control? Is it on NCDs? And we get into that. We have them, role play it. We have them create poems around it. And by the time you leave, they have actually understood it, and they keep taking it on and on, even without, you having to go back and keep explaining it. So then the other thing that we do that is a little bit of formal is what we call the Model United Nations. So here it is trying to help the young people understand what actually happens when the countries go into these spaces, like, say, the UN General Assembly. What exactly happens in there? And that is where things like, policy, resolution making, debates, lobbying, getting those skills comes in. And that is when we come into the formal setting. But still, we go and do it in the school. Because we for example, when you're doing something around mental health and drug addiction, we're told when you get an addict out of the community, they will feel like they are getting okay. But when they go back to the community, they usually relapse and do the same thing. So it is more of trying to treat them in the community and knowing what actually causes that. So that's the whole mentality we're trying to bring with SDGs. So that even when we, the UN Association, are no longer in this particular education institution, it's like a habit that, they keep doing.
So much, Linda, and I think we can attest to the solutions, concrete examples that we can utilize or rethink. I know some things maybe are already happening, but it's always good to hear another perception that is already working and how to elect the challenge to the young people in terms of how do you now we're not looking at the bigger kind of conferences, but we are really looking at getting the young people where they are at and also having conversations at very local level. And thank you for those very concrete examples. And Linda, we will ask maybe if you have more, you could always share with us for the sake of the report. We'll be happy to have that within our report, more concrete examples from Uganda. And so let me come to Yeni. And so Yeni has a presentation. The reason why she did this is because there's a lot to share from Finland, and also for the sake of the reporting, and also we can all go back to it later on in case something passes you by, in case you want to refer later on to what is it that Finland is doing. And so I'll ask the team to set it up for Yeni as she starts. And maybe just to tell you that Finland, again, is the opposite of Uganda, very, very small population. When I looked it up, I saw it was something like 5 million. Yeah, and so even the young people in there are very, very few. And so I like the differences between one country that has very high population, one that maybe has low population, but then we are all talking about sustainable development. And these are the realities. When you talk about SDGs, there are all these diverse realities for different countries. And there's the global South conversation, global North conversation, there's the most populous countries, all these youthful, least developed countries and so forth. How then do we all run towards the same mark? Are we, it's like all of us being put on the same straight line and being told to run, And so I think that's what's still happening, and how do we correct some of these things? So Yeni, most welcome. Can you please showcase the presentation so that colleagues can follow? And I know it's long, but Yeni said that she's gonna just maybe highlight a few slides, and then we can conclude, because I want to get to the panel in case people have questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think the presentation, I hope you will not share much of it in the social media. I just made actually a collection on the basis of the discussions of the previous days, and I reflected some of the thoughts to the activities that we have had in this project during this year. So we hold advocacy workshops, peer-to-peer learning sessions. We had one with Statistics Finland this year, with cities and the Association of Finnish Municipalities taking part. And then also we have a youth project where we focused on the green industrialization in the northern part, the Sami land. So I have parts of the presentation made by the former president of the Sami Council, Tiina Sanilaikia. So I have referenced all the slides with the people who Okay, and if you just move first slide, I'll show you where Finland is in case you don't localize it on the map. So yeah, there it is, quite north, rather long country, over 1,000 kilometers, almost stretching to the Arctic Sea. We lost part of the northern hand in the World War II, so we are having that small land there in between us and the sea. Russia is our biggest land border, then Sweden on the left and Norway up north. Estonia, Baltic countries down after the Baltic Sea in between. Okay, next please. So this is actually based on the discussion. So the key figures where you see the people in the picture, it is from the Statistics Finland website. So it is actually real time. In Helsinki, there's a clock ticking. Every time somebody is born, the number goes up by 1. So you can see at real time the population growth. This is the population, 5.6 million and a bit more. And the next figure is families, the next is live bonds. And then if you go there, you'll see such a funny information, like all of them. How many people did a knee surgery this year? How many people were convicted of a crime? How many people own houses? Whatever, anything you can imagine, you can find it there, I'm sure. Up there, we talked about trust. So I took this slide as well from the presentation by the director of Finnish Statistics. So According to him, 84% of Finns know Statistics Finland. This is the KNBS, the National Finnish Statistics Office. And 83% of them consider the Statistics Finland reliable. And the amendment from 23, there's what I also wanted to highlight maybe as something that you might have or you want to think about it, is to produce and maintain research-ready databases. And this is exactly also the point that I was discussing, that how do you involve qualitative data in your work? Because in Finland we have the National Commission for Sustainable Development, but also there's a research panel or science panel that is independently appointed. And they have a lot of qualitative data researchers. So they work together with the Statistics Finland and the rest of the National Commission. And then actually, I wanted to find out, I was interested to find out if I put to AI that tell me a story of a doctor and nurse in Finland with a specification Finland, does it come as a doctor male? No, it doesn't. It's Dr. Elina, a woman doctor. So I think there could be some training that we do for the AI, and I know actually the UN Women in Finland has done a lot of training, gender training to the AI in Finland. So maybe these are some of the results. Next, please. Oh, and I forgot to mention, yeah, this is just the other funny statistics. But then for the elderly people, in our society, the people over 85 is almost the same that what you had over 60. So it is 2.9% of the population is over 85 in Finland. So we do have a aging population. Yes. The next. So just go forward, please. So the next slide is from the National Commission for Sustainable Development, and it shows the 6 core areas that we have identified as the key transformation areas in Finland. And our strategy for the Commission is based on those. And then there is the 7th one, which you can see in the 30. So the handshake, it is the global cooperation under which ODA goes as well, and all the partnership issues. It's interesting, I think some of you heard me last year as well, but Finland is almost opposite to Kenya in terms of where we do well and where we do badly. Because we do, so far at least, we have done well in the social SDGs, but our biggest problems are related to SDG 13, climate, and SDG 12, sustainable production and consumption, and especially our footprint abroad. So how do the value chains of the products that we consume in Finland affect? So we should count those to Finnish impact instead of counting them to the countries where we are sourcing the materials from. Okay, and next please. And for the youth, as part of the Sustainable Development Commission, there's also Youth Agenda 2030 group. So 12 young people are selected every year. They are between 12 and 28. And they go for 2 years term. So every year they are like the mentors and the newcomers. And it is called a critical friend of the Finnish National Commission. They are also co-chairs of the commission, and they are invited to all the tables, like to discuss with the Prime Minister. And actually they have much more presence now than the CSOs. So we have been also pushing for the youth to be active. And in the middle, the person is not very young, but she's our former president, Tarja Halonen, who has been really active in the MDGs and pushing for the SDGs. So she's like a mentor of this group. Next, please. And for the data, this you can have a look later, but yeah, right now you can see that where does the data come from? So it's a network of national institutions that provide the data for the Finnish reporting, and this is the most of it comes from the Statistics Finland, but also, for example, the Finnish Environment Institute is really a big one, and we report 247 indicators. We lack some of the information due to the fact that the goals have been achieved so long time ago that they're no longer reported, like absolute poverty and things like that. So we don't follow them anymore. So we just don't have the data, but they are at 100%. Yeah, then please go forward. You can go 2 slides forward. Yeah, just some pictures from Finland. This is from the presentation also that we had from the Finnish Municipalities Association. So we have Helsinki, the capital area, which is small by the scale of any East African city. But then we have the very small municipalities like Pello, with very large land area anyway, and they all have the same responsibilities. Next, please. In the north, I wanted to raise this issue because we haven't discussed much the use of natural resources in this workshop, and I think it's something that creates a lot of tension in all the countries. And for example, in the Sami area, there are a lot of competing land uses to get to their local livelihoods, that is the reindeer herding. So there is the commercial forestry, gold panning, tourism, especially the mass tourism in Lapland, which is really big now. Aurora borealis hunting, so people are going at night actually to look for the aurora borealis, but they are taking to people's yards. So you can like have a group of tourists in your yard in the middle of the night, and it's sometimes a bit disturbing for them. And also the one thing is the husky safaris, which is really something actually imported to Finland. We never had them. Lots of people seem to think that it was something traditional, but it's not. But the biggest one is the expansion of the infrastructure. Hydropower has already destroyed a lot of the culture as well of the Sami, because it drowned in the 60s many of the villages, and they lost the oral culture with the songs and that were attached to the land. But then a new thing is the training areas for the defense forces. We just signed the bilateral agreement with the USA as well, in addition to joining NATO. And there has been granted a big road access that is passing through the reindeer herding areas. And also the training areas, they come by notification. So local land use owners are just notified that your lands are now being used. They get some compensation later on, but obviously it's not maybe enough. And then again, car and tire testing for the winter conditions, which is done in Lapland for the whole world. Yes. Just quickly to say about the automatic reporting. So next, please. So we moved to automatic reporting also from the municipalities. So you can have a look at this later. Next, please. Is it moving? Yeah. All the financial reports are published online. So you can take a municipality and have a look at anything, whether it's a special health services, whether it's education, service for the aged, whether it's early education, child welfare, traffic, anything. They are all there for all the municipalities. And the next one goes even deeper. For some communities, you get all the purchase invoices online. So whatever they have bought from whom and the price. So here it's a city of Kaarina, for example, and at the list you can see whatever they were buying during a certain period. This is 21. Yeah. Next. And the same goes for central government procurement. So you can also do searches by units, by products, by producers, by amounts, whatever. So you are free to search. It is an online service which is called Search the Government. So you can look whatever you want to know. And the last is the lessons from the automation project. So it's very important. It doesn't come just by setting up the structures. So you have to actively train the users and motivate them. So at the local level, the people know that this extra work is useful. And the best way to make it useful is make it relevant to the people and to the media, and make the media to use that information a lot, so that when they get reliable statistics from the local level, they make news about it. And this is also motivating for the civil servants. And yeah, the next one I will just skip. Thank you.
Round of applause for Yeni. Goodness, I was just trying to note the many good practices, and I think we can't even summarize them. I saw they are reporting on 247 indicators. I know we are at 168 as Kenya. I also saw that, you know, the youth, you saw the youth 12 council, I don't know what they call it, and how they, every year, the young people are automatically, you know, recruited. I also saw about the open data, you know, data on anything in the country. Director, I asked myself, when will we get there, you know, in terms of just being able to have, we've talked about data, I think today, yesterday, and one of the questions is how do we then come up with tangible solutions in terms of the data conversation, the open data, ensuring that whatever investments, the budgets that the government is investing in, the counties, you know, and this also will answer questions of corruption and so forth. And I think there's a lot that we can learn. And maybe, I know Finland also does the twinning. I know they've been twinning a city. Which city is that?
Tampere and Mwanza.
Tampere and Mwanza in Tanzania. And so they have this, they try and transfer technology and some good practices. So maybe this is time also we thought about something like that. And also, there's a lot more in terms of just, you saw the, it's called what? The procurement. I think that would be very interesting for Kenya, you know, just publishing and everybody's laughing, but it's possible. Anyway, so Yeni, thank you so much for those very concrete examples. And I feel that there's more to learn from the developed countries, and we'll be opening up spaces to do that. So maybe somebody assist me with mics going round and maybe hands going up. I'll ask also one question once they're answering questions. Please, could you tell us, I know you've come here, is it 3 times now? What do you know, what is your recommendation? How can we improve this conference? I think they have some ideas in terms of what can be done, what can we do in a better way. You know, sometimes if you're the host, you feel like everything is going on well, yeah? But it's good to let others tell you, maybe in case there's something, maybe they have a way of doing things that we can learn. So maybe any questions for Yeni? 1, 2, 3. I see 3. Is that it? Okay. So 3 questions and then we can close there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yen. And actually, my question is about, because you mentioned twice that there is data for older people. In terms of their numbers, is it qualitative, is it quantitative as well? Quantitative, I know they are the number, but qualitative meaning that does it tell anything about the status of older people, their health, anything, how they live? This is quite interesting. The other one is just a comment on a light note that on the area that you just showed us here, that municipalities are reporting even the receipts. I have an impression. You are doing more than even churches. You see that transparency. I don't know whether you bring it here, whether you stay for one day. I don't know what they'll do for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's, of course, shocking. It's culture shock to see some of these things.
I've seen a lot of opportunities in terms of South-South and triangular cooperation, in terms of how the South will relate and the South and North will relate, in terms of learning from the achievements from the North, from the SDGs. So directly we can compare ourselves with our peers from Uganda and also borrow, because we compare. There's somehow a comparison. But with Finland, it's in terms of it, we have to compare in terms of how can they support than maybe copying directly from what they've achieved. So in terms of the South-South and triangular cooperation, what are the, in the frameworks of the South-South and triangular cooperation, how is Finland assisting the South to maybe advance in terms of achieving these goals? Yes.
I think there's one last hand. Yeah. I think.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I first want to acknowledge the gender responsiveness of the panel. And
finally, we get back at them.
yeah, so my name is Esther, and I'm the coordinator for the Kenyan Youth Biodiversity Network. One of the things that I have found particularly interesting is with regards to the engagement of young people. But one of the concerns that I have from where I sit is the definition that we currently work with in terms of engaging young people. We currently don't have like a standardized definition of young people. When you come to the UN, it defines youth between the ages of 15 to 24. When you come to the African context, we define young people from the ages of 15 to 35. And then now when you come to the Kenyan context, we are defining young people as people from the ages of 18 to 35. So what are some of the ways that we can work with to ensure that we can have that standardized definition, to ensure that the programs and also the initiatives that are going to be put in place can be targeting the right people, and also work in a context where the needs can be more specific when addressing the challenges that young people also face. And also given the fact that from the work that we've been doing, some of the data that we've been generating has been particularly important in informing the government of Kenya in regards to the review of the National Biodiversity and Strategic Action Plan. So how can we ensure that that data is also disintegrated to show this is where the data came from? Because there were issues of how we can enhance data sharing and also enhance that collaboration between different CSOs to ensure that if they need data, they can approach a particular group of people for that particular data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's it for questions. I didn't see any hands. Or George, maybe I'll give George the last. I don't know if we are just shocked or we are tired. You know, sometimes you can be shocked, Mbaka, you don't want to say anything.
Yeah, thank you very much for what you presented, Jenny, and also Linda. Mine is a question to Linda about Uganda. So how is the government responsive in regards to some of the issues that are emerging from the data that you're collecting from civil society? How is that influencing planning, and how do you also assess that there is a change or impact happening in regards to attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals? Because I feel that for Kenya, that's a big gap.
Thank you so much. So we go back to Linda and Yeni. We can start with you, Linda. And then Davis, you'll be very glad to know that we are done.
I knew it. I knew it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to start with a standardized definition of young people. It's interesting that I think during COVID, the National Youth Council in Uganda had asked our president to lift the young people age to 45. So it feels like young people don't really want to stop being young people. And then in September, when we went with Okanda to the General Assembly, he reached there and he said, "I feel so old, but when I'm in Kenya, I am so young." So indeed, I think we really need to work on standardizing young people. And also to know that, just like they were saying yesterday, you're young today and tomorrow you're not young. So maybe that whole asking to make the young people age 45, it's people are realizing if 35 is also very close. How government is responding to the issues and assessing, how do we assess the impact? In my view, from the time I started working on the SDGs, I see a big change in, one, how the government is engaging and involving civil society. Yes, the spaces are shrinking, but when they are doing anything related to, sustainable development, and even in the national planning, they will ensure there is a representative from the young people, which are the groups I told you, the thematic areas, the youth thematic area from the core reference group and the youth SDG coalition, and they will also make sure there is representation from civil society. And even when we also reported on our VNR this year, the views, we had young people do a VNR report for young people, and it was also put into consideration when they were making the national VNR. And also the CSO team was working closely. They kind of like came to an agreement, okay, don't work on a shadow report, we are all in the same boat, we are working, scoring in the same goals, so somehow the CSOs supported government in working on the main report. Yes, it might not be so good in the CSO world, but we are work in progress, trying to see that at least we get the government to appreciate the work that the CSOs and the young people are doing. In line with impact, at least when you move around, at least the few communities where SDG work has really been going on, young people know about the Sustainable Development Goals, and they are, when you look at the innovative solutions they're coming up with, you find they relate them to a given goal. It's not like those days when someone will just create something and then you ask them, which SDG are you looking at? They're like, what is SDGs? So there's I think the awareness and knowledge around sustainable development, and also when you look at the media has also played a big role in ensuring that the public, when you're back home, they say define your public. So now I'm trying to define my public as the young people within. They have how do I put it? Like the information is out there and they are using it. You'll even notice that when we are doing the different social media campaigns, young people take the forefront on being creative on how they can share knowledge around sustainable development goals. I know that we have a campaign that is happening around road safety, and young people are taking a lead on educating their fellow peers using the social media.
Thank you so much, Linda. Yeni?
Yeah, thank you. For the age question, yes, the data is disaggregated, so there's a lot of data on how different things affect older people. But I think my choice would be to go for intersectionality. And for example, the questions of accessibility is something that is unifying a lot of groups. Like if you talk about people with wheelchairs or physical limitations, or elderly people, or pregnant women, or somebody with trolley, baby trolley. So it is a benefit to everybody that we make the environment accessible. Specific concerns for the older people in Finland is the increasing, because the age is increasing so much, so a lot of couples are actually caring for each other, and how to ensure enough resources for the health and social sector for them who are caring for the other partner at home. And then for the triangular cooperation or Finnish cooperation with other countries, I think, yes, we used to have a country program in Kenya as well. I think it is moving from next year to business and innovation cooperation, because Kenya is a middle-income country now. And I think the climate financing is definitely something that Kenya will benefit from. You have very good potential for that. And was there something else to me? I think the data, like the sources of the data for the biodiversity report and all that. I think Florence is at a better position to answer for the Kenya case. How is the data shared to different stakeholders? But in Finland, I think it's being in the Sustainable Development Committee, it has more than 100 members. And that's a good place to share the knowledge and data from different partners, and also to have a debate on that. So that would be maybe the same here.
Thank you so much, Jenny. I'd ask them also a question about how to improve the conference. So maybe in a minute each, you can just tell us, you can start with Linda, or you can start Jenny.
Okay, I have the mic. I have one proposal, and it is the same proposal that has been discussed in Finland for our next VNR. So we are planning to do a SWOT analysis. And I think doing a joint SWOT analysis, like first focus groups, like private sector doing their own, youth doing their own, civil society doing their own, and then comparing the differences and seeing what comes out of it would be very interesting.
Okay. Thank you. We were actually discussing with Florence and Yeni yesterday, and we were saying, yes, we're talking about SDGs in Kenya and the things that have happened. Is it possible during the multi-stakeholder to have, say, a site visit or a case, like have one of the sessions happening in the community so that even the other, I had, I hope I say it right, everyone was praising Makueni. Yeah, is it Makueni? And then everyone was saying something else about Turkana. So can we have maybe something in maybe a community, or if we're in Mombasa, we hold a session in Mombasa. Yes.
Wow. You've heard it from them, not me, so I didn't influence. In fact, I was being asked why we don't do those things, and I said, please, can we raise this in the plenary? And I think it's a good one. We have 3 days director, Chokera, and the interagency team. We have been asked, can we think about maybe a more interactive session? Maybe one afternoon we can have this conversation, maybe somewhere in the community. And ALCAGs, I know you guys have the communities here, and so we could really visit Maono space, I don't know where, and maybe just have that real kind of experience. So thank you, colleagues. Can we thank them in the Kenyan way so that we can leave the stage?
I was telling Flo, there's a quote by one of us, he's out of the room. He said, when we walked into, I don't know how many of us have been to New York, eh? So when we walked into the subway and we went down and down, he said, if someone is living your dream, it is no longer a dream, you are lazy. So Africa, we shouldn't be lazy because someone out there is living our dream.
Asanteni. So with that, we end there. Thank you so much. As you travel back, please pass our love and regards. And if you feel there's something we can do together as Kenya, I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues here, we'll be happy to partner, we'll be happy to twin, we'll be happy to do, the long mile, whatever that is required. Yeah, and so we hope that we can continue with these partnerships. And also they say to me, they might not, let me just say so that at least they know, they may not be having maybe some opportunities of funding to come back. But I said to them, when we say this in public, you never know, something could happen somewhere. Yeah? Sawa sawa. Thank you very much, Davis and the team. Asanteni. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chokera was nodding. When he had the funding, he was like, there's no funding problem. Hmm? So hopefully he's going to solve that particular problem. Thank you so much, Flo, and your panel for sharing international lessons. It's always nice to hear from neighbors. You get to know that you have problems, but you're not the only one. Ladies and gentlemen, the gala is beckoning. Hmm? Now we are counting how many hours? Just 2 hours to. We'll be starting at 6. Yeah, the gala dinner will be starting at 6. No, when it comes to parties, we start whether people are there or not, right? That one we don't insist. You should be there by 6. Eh? I know people will be there by 6. If you come later, we'll have kicked off. That is the spirit. And so please endeavor to join us at 6 so we can start in good time. More importantly, have ample time to enjoy. Okay? Where will the gala dinner be held? Now that I still have. Does the OI team know? Sorry, not OI. The SDGs Kenya Forum team know. The venue for the gala dinner. So people, this place is quite larger. You know, you can walk around in circles until you find yourself in a neighboring hotel. Mm-hmm. Yeah? So we come back here, and then we'll be directed, right? Oh, the exhibition area. The exhibition area. If you check any of the hotel staff, they'll guide you. Just stand up next to me.
So when you're from the main, if you're coming in from the main entrance, the down entrance, where there are the 2 flags. You saw the 2 flags for the conference? So just opposite, you'll see it's like a shade, yeah? They call it the exhibition area. So that's where we'll be tonight. Most welcome, yeah, asante.
Makofi ya kilo, yeah? All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand over to Mr. Festus Wangwe, who's going to handle the next segment in terms of the closing, which have been promised. He's not going to have formal speeches. Eh? The joy of a government official speaking off the cuff for 3 minutes. Karibu sana, Festus. It's been wonderful working with you. I know a lot lies ahead in terms of our partnership and collaboration. So keep pushing for us on the other side. I don't know if I'll be coming back. I think I've made all the announcements. Is there any logistical notes that I'm missing? Are we good? The team? Nicholas? Somebody pass the microphone to Nicholas. Any other logistical note? So we can announce now while we have everyone.
Thank you so much. I'll just do the logistical so that our boss Jokera will do the final one. So for the 8 counties that your training will be going on, we'll be having the same training from here. So let's purpose to meet here by 8. Sorry, 9. Yes. Yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. The team from the 8 counties. Thank you.
Fantastic. Could you put up the QR code again? Out of 100 people, I'm told only 30 have responded, which is less than half of one side of the room. Do people fear technology? Or do people have no ideas to share? But some may not have been in the room, right? So please do it again. If you haven't done it, help us to get this information. It's really important. We can't be complaining about data, and then when we're given opportunities to contribute, you go mute. Please give us the information as needed. We need at least 50 minimum. 50% response rate will be appreciated. Just take a second. It's a very short. How many have filled it? Is it long? No. How many questions are there? 3 questions. In fact, it's less than a minute to fill it. Yeah? Huh? You have a concern. Did you feel it? Exactly. So it's less than a minute actually to fill it. So don't feel intimidated by technology. QR codes can look very scary. We are not mining any of your personal data. But we need your ideas. And so with that, I would like to, as the moderator for the past few days, thank you all for your patience, indulgence, and contributions. We're going to meet again at the gala dinner, where after a few soft drinks, I'll be speaking a lot more English. Right? I'll be speaking more English, you know. Where I come from, we drink a lot of tea, and after you take tea, you get excited, and you speak even more English. So over to Mr. Wangwe to close the segment. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Davis, we want to appreciate you in a different way. So you can, you know, you've done a very good job. She has done a good job. You have to go to the stage there, and then we'll give you some Moi era clubs, and you will respond the Obama style. So you, as we clap, you'll be saying, thank you. Thank you. And you. So can we get ready? We appreciate him. So we will be giving him the Moi claps, the 1, 2, 3, and then you say thank you until he sits. So can we get ready? So 1. 3. Until he sits. Until he goes to sit. For his good work. He's done a very good job. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chokera, I don't know, you see we are now closing, but I had Nicholas say you will say something on logistics. You don't have? So you are okay. So we can proceed and finish. It's going to be a very short, session. Maybe before. I think the next person coming might require to come. Can we have the strong men put this thing for us here? The young men are here to come and carry this thing. Come to the You know, this one gives some status and confidence and, yeah? And a sign of being in charge. Yeah, so thank you. So before we do the official closing, we'll have a short presentation on way forward from my colleague Com. Then I'll just make a short statement, 2 points or 3. Then I call the person to close for us officially. So Com, if you are ready, you can just tell us where do we move next from here, very quickly. Technology is failing us. Yes. Okay, can continue.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. I think you just want to run through the key action points. I think we have had 3 days of discussion around accelerating SDGs. We know we have a very short period. We'll have a detailed comprehensive report, which we intend, I think by end February, should be with you. We share with the stakeholders. So basically, for this one is just a key points we picked from the various presentation and sessions. And the first one, I think in each and every conference or meeting we go, we say the knowledge we acquire, we need to disseminate or share with our colleagues within our institutions. I know there are a number of our members within our institution who intended to come for this conference, but they were not able to participate. So ensure, I think, whatever you have learned during the 3 days of the conference, you share with your colleagues. And we intend in the next financial year, I think we'll have a pre-conference, and we believe we'll be receiving feedback on what each and every key the institution have undertaken in terms of disseminating the information learned from this workshop. Then I think the director talked about the comprehensive review of the SDGs. We are not able to determine where we are. We can't say we are at 60%, although there is that report which indicated we are currently 62 point something percent. As a country, we are not able to determine. So if we liaising, I think we'll be reaching out to our partner to see how we can, as a country, enhance the reporting bit. If you look at the VNR, and I think somebody from Nyandarua pointed out, is more of just what is it we have done towards implementation of a goal or an indicator. But we want to move beyond to see what impact has it had for our intervention to the specific and various SDGs. We also want to undertake, I think one of the proposals which came out is about assessment on the resources needed to realize SDGs. I think there is a, I think talked about INF, but we just, if we can go beyond, if we don't know the amount we require to implement the SDGs, I think it's unlikely we will not be able to effectively and efficiently implement the SDGs. So we are proposing if we can do that assessment by June. I think it will determine now the actions we will undertake or we intend in the next remaining years. The resource mobilization strategy, I think that is a key one. If as a country we'll be able to achieve the SDGs. Documentation and dissemination of SDGs good practices. I think for the last, since Monday, all the speakers for the different sessions will be talking at what is it that we have undertaken within our specific mandates, innovative ideas, which we have done within our institution. I think as a department, of course, we started last year, 2022. But unfortunately, I think it's almost maybe the MDAs which tried responded. We had a call, and the CSO, I think SDGs Kenya Forum, we did not receive much response. I think that's something we need to ensure that in the next call, which you intend in the next financial year to do it. I know COG has done a lot on it. we'll be doing now, we come up with the good practices happening within the sectors, documenting and also sharing with our each and every stakeholder, basically for replication. There's a lot being done by Makueni, even Figa and other counties. Turkana, they also had very good practices, which can also be replicated by another county, maybe in Garissa or Kwale. So as a department, I think we take lead in, and of course through the interagency working subcommittee to ensure that by the time we have the next annual conference, we already have that report and shared with our stakeholders what is happening within the sectors. Review of the SDGs multi-stakeholder engagement framework in 2016. I think Kenya came up with an SDGs multi-stakeholder engagement framework. I heard about, I think Arnold was talking about, we need now to bring on board more engagement on the youth. There are so many other partners who are not part, I think, of the interagency technical working subcommittee or the committee. So one thing is about now the mapping of the key stakeholders we need to bring on board to ensure we realize SDGs. So one of the key action I think from the workshop and agreed upon is about now reviewing that multi-stakeholder engagement framework, and we have given it by end of June 2025. Then go across all the session, we talked about the strengthening of the engagement of the different stakeholders in the SDGs implementation. But this one is purely about the interagency technical working subcommittee. I think we are expected to have our quarterly meetings. But if you look, I think for the last 2 years, we have not done it. And I believe, actually, the many things we have said, some are soft actions, and they can be handled if we had those frequent meetings as agreed in the multi-stakeholder framework. So I think that's something we need to, to actualize, to operationalize that the committees meet on a regular basis and probably on a quarterly basis. But on need arises, we can even have after every 2 months. Because basically this is like an agent to the implementation of the SDGs in the country. If these committees fail, there is no way Kenya will achieve the SDGs by 2030. 8 is about enhancing information sharing on available opportunity for youth. I think the youth session, it was agreed that there is a lot of opportunities available within the government, the private sector, the CSOs, but the youth, they are not aware of it. So we need to strengthen the engagement of the youth, and they need to get to know which opportunities are available. And the NYC, I think those are the CSO and the State Department for Youth and the champion for SDGs, and even other youth organizations. I think that's something we need to take lead in to ensure that youth have information on what is it available for them. Establishing a program on youth engagement in the SDGs implementation. I think that's something we are not doing quite well, and with the recent happenings in the country, we need to have more engagement in the implementation of the SDGs. There's a lot youth can help us as a country to accelerate implementation of the SDGs. So we are thinking if we can come up with a program, and I think it was mentioned that in the youth session, we need now to come up with a program, or now we actively engage youth at national and also at the county level to help us to accelerate implementation of the youth of the SDGs. 10 is about enhancing SDGs capacity for policymakers and the executive. I think it was alluded, if you heard most of the session, even during the opening session, the executive and the policymakers, several MPs, they are not aware of what of the SDGs. The same applies even the executive, both at the national and also the county. We have very many CECs, the chief officers, the PSCs, the CSs, who may not be aware. Of course, they are implementing a particular SDGs, but they may not be aware of which target or what is it that it can do to accelerate implementation of the SDGs. And yet, they are the ones expected to provide resources for implementation of those SDGs activities within their institution. So I think that's something, I think we have already started. There is a proposal. We hope maybe by by June, we try to reach some, and maybe we also go further, even to the county level, on the governors, the CEC, and the chief officers. Finalize SDGs communication strategy. I think we recall one of the presenters talked about the way we communicate on the SDGs. We started, we had a draft strategy. We did in last financial year, which we are yet to finalize. That is one of the proposals we intend, I think, by March to finalize and share with our stakeholders for implementation. The modeling and the focusing for the SDGs, SDGs indicators. Of course, we did some linear modeling, but through our sister department, I think macro, I think you can help us to get to know, because it's a modeling that will help us to know where maybe by 2028 will be if we move with the same interventions. So that's something we are also proposing. And the next is establish sector-specific SDGs. Of course, we have with the Interventions Technical Working Subcommittee. I remember during the MDGs era, I was in her ministry department, but we had those sector-wide, thematic areas. We had, I think, a group tackling about the people, the planet, the prosperity. If we can now revitalize, because it is through the interventions can meet on a quarterly basis, but those sub-specific committees, they will have their own arrangement, and through that framework, there's a lot which they can do towards implementation and accelerating implementation of their specific indicators. The data session talked about establishing an updated online repository for SDGs data. And that is actually one of the key challenges in the reporting of the SDGs, even at the national level. If we can have that data, we not each and every time, maybe after the end of the year, when we are doing the VNR, we do a call to the MDS. We'll be receiving information on what is happening, even from the MDS and other sectors on a regular basis. And I think that is one of the proposals recommended during the data section. To ensure that we have adequate and improved reporting on the SDGs. Strengthening integration of citizen-generated data in the national statistical system. I think that has been done, but it was agreed that we need now to enhance that integration of citizen. There's a lot of data with the citizen, but most of the SDGs, we are not reporting because we say we lack that data. But if we strengthen that integration, we will now be able to get to ensure more indicators reported through the framework. Strengthening alignment of the SDGs indicators in the national and county planning and budgeting frameworks. I think that we have already done it as a country, but as not as the level we intend. We say we have done it in the MTP, in the CIDP. But recently, I think Director can confirm, we tried even to look at the MTP4. We have done it, but not as, there are some indicators we cannot point and say, through our MTP4, we'll be able to implement. Yet, I think that's something we'll, those are the plans as a country we prioritize in the implementation. And those are the ones, of course, the ministries, they will help us to accelerate achievement of those indicators if they were in those plans, both at the national and also at the county level. 17, I think that's I've talked about. We intend before the next financial, the multi-stakeholder forum, if we can have a pre-conference to the annual multi-stakeholder conference. I know majority within our institution, because of the limited number of the institution and the slots in the annual conference, might not be had an opportunity to participate. But we have this pre-conference. We can broaden maybe the scope of the numbers. There is a lot which will be discussed within the specific thematic areas, so that before now the annual multi-stakeholder, it will be like an apex. So like reporting or not has happened even within those the sector-wide, the sectors. I think the last is about the report, and I've already talked about that. We intend to finalize and share with you the report by end of February. If, for your inputs, then by end of, I think, mid-March, we conclude and share the final report for implementation by our various stakeholders. I think that's what we picked, but there's a lot. I think we had many, almost more than 10 rapporteurs. There's a lot of recommendations which are specific now to the section, which will come out in the report. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Com. Davis has an announcement. You can go ahead.
Yeah, in terms of the next steps, I just wanted to announce that Kenya proudly won the bid to host the next Global Data for Development Festival. And that's going to be in May 2026, which may seem like far, but it's not. May 2026. But in the run-up to the Global Data Festival, which brings many international participants from across the world on the data side of things, we'll be using that opportunity to showcase a lot of the amazing work that all of you are doing. And so when we reach out to you to shape the agenda, to submit proposals for sessions, don't blame me if you see things happening in Nairobi, and after you run up to me and say you are not invited. So I'm extending a formal invitation because the planning is going to start in February 2025. February 2025, next year. And next year's multi-stakeholder meeting will be one of the flagship events in the lead up to the Global Data for Development Festival. So we'll want to make it as big as we possibly can. We'll have major power of data sessions as part of this annual meeting. The festival is organized by the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data as part of our global engagement for over 800 partners who are members of our network. But we bring many governments, private sector, both big and small, tech giants, research and academia together to celebrate the power of data. And so it's a major event. We had 9 countries bid in Africa. The last one was held in Uruguay last year, in Uruguay. And before that, we had one in Bristol in the United Kingdom. So the Africa one is going to be held in Kenya, and we bid 9 countries across the region. So clap for that. We'll be extending an invitation, and of course, the government will be taking a lot of leadership in the planning and organizing. There'll be a lot of media engagement and activity, but also an opportunity for all of us to showcase all the amazing work we've done. So in terms of the work plan there, the reason why I'm saying this is so important, we'll be showcasing a lot of the milestones that we are going to achieve at this global meeting. And we look forward to working with all of you to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that announcement. Davis, thank you. Can clap for him. You can see from the way forward, there are a number of things that we have planned. And I'll just flag out 3 which relates to all of us. The issue of sector-wide working groups is important, and we are doing this to increase the inclusivity. You remember there was an issue of participation, how many of us are being involved in this process. So we want to expand that so that we are having as many people participate. And then the pre-conference, I'm thinking that, and this will have to work together, and we'll request some of you who have the skills and the tactics of mobilizing resources to actually come in and help us on this. I don't think that we should wait until next year, November, to meet again. I think it's good that we again meet and reflect on these things, what we discussed, what we have done. That's why we are thinking of a pre-conference. And in that conference, our thinking is that we should have very concrete issues that you are taking to the annual multi-stakeholder. And I'm thinking of that annual one now to go. This was my first one to attend. I didn't really know how it's usually, in what form it turns out. But from the experience here, all of you will agree with me that the discussions you have had here need to land in the ears of people above us. So why I'm thinking of a pre-conference is that we will agree on concrete issues we take to the annual one with some high-level participation. Because some of the things you are recommending here require concrete decisions and actions. But when you go back and brief, it will be just like a story. But when they hear Kwale County giving the experience, Homa Bay giving the experience, civil society saying that this has to be happening, it is different when I go under brief. So that's what we are looking at. So that's where you are thinking of that pre-conference. And then the third issue is the report. I envision that this report is not going to be done with us only in the office. This report, first of all, the Secretariat is both State Department for Economic Planning and SDGs, the Secretariat. And then we bring in the rest of the people so that we validate that report together. So that the issues that we have come up with here, we all agree and they are reflected there. Now, having said that, and having been on the forefront of planning for this conference, I think from where I sit, I feel very proud that has this not been a success? Yeah? Yeah. You know, for those who are following, even if you are not following, you remember we invited you and postponed without reasons. So you can imagine I'm postponing a meeting, I'm not telling you when I'll hold it, and no reasons. See, that is pressure behind me and stress. By the way, they gave me that stress book, so maybe. So I feel great, I feel proud that you have succeeded, and it has gone very well. We have had very rich engagements here. The discussions here have been amazing. And sometimes when we sit at the national level, we tend not to think that there is a lot of experience we can draw from out there in the counties. You heard what the county officials were talking about. A lot of very concrete issues that we can also ride on and improve. And then you come to our civil society. Very concrete issues, which I feel that it was a success, and I want to appreciate everyone for coming and for making it a success. And I think we can clap for all of us. Yeah, thank you. The other thing that I may want to share with you is that I think following the experiences of postponing and then the challenges we went through, I think it will be important that now we start planning for the next annual conference today. After the dinner today, we start planning. Because like you said, you said it's going to be a legacy, you said something, you used some words. The annual conference is going to be a lead to the global, yes. So it needs to be well organized, well attended, and to be one, maybe the best since you started. So we have to start early. We have to talk to each other so that we coordinate this in good time and we have it done properly. Now, the other issue I want to talk relating to the youth, the issue of collaboration I think the youth spoke about it and talked about, you see, like, they are being involved like tokenism. And I think there was a point there. You see, we want to do it differently. And I challenged them, you also need to coalesce around formidable organization. Because as a government, there are so many youths there. If you walk out there, there are very many. But you can't just pick on them. You need to be organized, have an agenda, and also reach out to government and pronounce which agenda do you want to be involved in and participate. We know we have been having the National Youth Council in the interagency, but maybe that was an oversight. We thought that they were fully representing you, but we'll have a discussion with them so that now we co-opt a few organizations into the interagency just to expand it. But the challenge to the youth is that coalesce around formidable organizations and then come out. And I want to refer to your Gen Z strike when they started looking for the leaders. You started saying they are leaderless, what. So if you are out there talking of yourself as youth and you have no forum we can reach you through, then you make it difficult for us to engage. So please coalesce around those formidable organizations and have a specific agenda and a walk to our office. I want to thank Arnold. Is he there? He left, the one for SDGs champion. This guy is always coming to my office whenever he has a function. And we have always participated in this function. But he has never asked to be a member of the interagency. Even yesterday, I challenged him and he agreed. So please, let's be organized, and when we come with an agenda so that we are able to support you. Lastly, I want to welcome you for the gala dinner, where we shall be celebrating our a few of the people who have shown enthusiasm and determination in addressing the SDGs. So welcome all of you, and for those who may not come there, I wish you safe travel and Merry Christmas as you go back to where you came from. And let's keep in touch. We have made contacts. Let's use those contacts so that we continue discussing these issues and see how we improve the lives of the people we are working for. Now, at this point, I want to invite one of my colleagues who will now come to close on behalf of the PS, Mr. Benson Kimani, if you can just come. Benson Kimani is our senior director. We are all directors, but he's senior to us, all of us, yeah? We are directors, all of us, but he's my boss somehow. So let him close for us this workshop.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Wangwe. But you know, you are colleagues, but you work together in a collaborative way. So I have a speech here. I'm going to read. I know you are anxious for the gala dinner, but I'm going to. There are just a few remarks. UN agencies, representatives, SDGs Kenya Forum officials, national and county government officers present, members of parliament and county assemblies, I don't know whether they are still here, and then representatives of civil society organizations. We have also youth representatives. I think you also had the business and manufacturing sector representatives. I understand there is also another category which is called philanthropic organizations. I don't know whether they are here. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. As we come to the close of this year's remarkable National SDGs Multistakeholders Conference, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to making this gathering a resounding success. We have had the privilege of beginning our deliberations with insightful opening remarks from key stakeholders, including SDGs Kenya Forum, champions for SDGs, KEPSA, the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs, and Business and the Council of Governors. Their contributions reminded us of the crucial role that every sector plays in the realization of the SDGs. Special thanks also go to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Economic Planning, ably represented by the Economic Planning Secretary, who reminded us of our shared responsibility to steer the nation towards sustainable development. Over the 3 days of robust discussions, key presentations and panel discussions highlighted the critical need to align global commitment with local realities for effective SDGs implementation. The 2024 High LPF and UN General Assembly highlighted Kenya's global positioning, while insight from the 2024 VNR underscored the necessity of addressing the challenges that counties face in resource allocation, capacity gaps, and daily SDGs integration. The UN Pact for the Future a renewed commitment to tackle climate change, inequity, and other urgent global challenges with the youth pre-conference report reinforcing the vital role of empowering young people as catalysts for change. Furthermore, CSOs and CBOs are essential in amplifying citizen voices and promoting accountability in SDGs implementation. The panel discussion provided actionable strategies for addressing pressing issues. To tackle inequalities, Kenya requires inclusive policies, community-driven solutions, and sustainable development practices to bridge the gaps and create equitable opportunities. There is need to empower and include the youth and youth organizations in national development. This is central to accelerating SDG progress by providing them with resources, skills, and platforms to lead initiatives and contribute meaningfully. Efforts to combat food loss and waste emphasize the need for agricultural diversification, leveraging technology and behavior change to enhance food security and resilience. Mobilizing finances amidst limited fiscal space called for systemic transformation in public finance, better resource allocation, and innovative mechanisms like blended financing and green bonds. Discussion on inclusive data for SDG progress highlighted the integration of citizen data, adoption of AI, and advanced tools and alignment of national reporting with SDG indicators for better decision making. Finally, experiences from county-level implementation and lessons from the voluntary local reviews or VLRs showcased the importance of decentralized approaches, capacity building, and collaboration between local and national governments, reinforced by peer-to-peer learning from countries such as Finland and Uganda. Throughout this conference, one thing has been abundantly clear. Collaboration is not just a theme, but a necessity. Whether it is through public-private partnerships, inter-county cooperation, or global alliances, our collective efforts are key to achieving the SDGs. Since it has also been established that SDGs are what we do on a daily basis, we are therefore encouraged to continue applying the pressure required to achieve the SDGs. As we leave Mombasa, let us carry with us a renewed commitment to translate the insights gained into tangible actions. Importantly, as pointed out in the way forward, let us continue strengthening our partnerships and collaborations to leapfrog SDGs implementation in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I take this opportunity to invite you to the 2024 Kenya SDGs Awards ceremony, where we'll be recognizing and rewarding outstanding stakeholders' efforts in the implementation of SDGs. Thank you once again for your participation, passion, and dedication. I wish you journey masses back to your stations, and let us reconvene next year with even greater milestones to celebrate. With these remarks, it is my humble duty to declare the 2024 SDGs National Multistakeholder Conference officially closed. Asante sana. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. God bless you all. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's me again. I was hoping, you know, the next time we see each other will be at the gala, but I'm told for the counties, the training tomorrow will be in Dondori Room. Dondori Room, please note that. So there's no confusion tomorrow. And lastly, we started with prayers, yeah? We must close with prayers. We started late, we've ended early. Yeah? Congratulations to all of us. I need a volunteer to close with the prayers. Asante sana, so just come. You'll do it from here. George, you have an announcement? Okay, so I'm going to invite George before the prayers. But before George actually comes, Mheshimiwa Catherine Wambilianga, I'm told you're in the room. We've had the privilege of having Mheshimiwas visit us and spend some time and encourage us and share a little bit. Karibu sana, to very briefly just say hello. We're grateful that you could find time, although we are closing, or we are already closed. It's a privilege to have you here, and I think it would be unfair for you not to say hello to everybody. Thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Thank you.
Mkaribisheni kwa makofi ya kilo. So after Mheshimiwa, we'll have George just briefly, and then we close with a word of prayer. Karibu.
Thank you very much. I'm Catherine Wambilianga. Catherine is a member of Parliament, Bungoma County, and I'm also a teacher. I think this evening I'm privileged to be nominated by the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and business. I'm one of the 4 nominees to receive my award, and I'm here to testify that actually I support this. I've not been part of the conference since the time you began, because I've been participating in parliamentary games, but I decided to make time deliberately. It's better late than never, but I'm here with you. Just among the few things that I think touched that caucus to nominate me, I run a GBV center in Bungoma, whereby I have taken girls back to school. Girls who never had a chance to even get back to school and complete their education. They got married early, at a very early age. I took them from the marriages. I have about 800 girls on my program that I'm educating. With the little money that we get from GAF, I have now had about 6 graduates already for the 7 years I've been in Parliament. On zero tolerance to hunger, I think, I have been distributing seeds just to the women of Bungoma and across, so that at least they maintain their food store. They have something to keep them up. And on water, I've been on the forefront, and I'm not in the county government, but working together closely with my governor, we have dug boreholes. We have made sure we have rehabilitated even the smallest springs where the women can get something. On gender mainstreaming, their 3rd gender role, I'm on the forefront in Parliament. Women must be brought on board. If we worked hard, I am sure that's what has been going on in all our discussions. And in the next theme, when we'll be having this kind of conference, I have heard you speak here that you want to take this to the next level. I'm prepared, and I'll be one of those in Parliament who will channel this through, so that as the next level comes, I know it will come to the Parliament, it will be legislated upon, and I'll be ready to support you. On behalf of the rest who are not here, Mheshimiwa Ndindi Njoro, and I'm sure he'll be joining us later, 2 other members of Parliament who are also coming here to receive this award with me, I want to thank you, and thank you most sincerely for running this conference to this level successfully. Thank you so much, and God bless all of you. Enjoy your dinner.
Karibu sana, George, and then we'll have the word of prayer.
So in behalf of the board of the SDGs Kenya Forum, I'd like to really thank everyone who has contributed immensely into this successful annual convening on SDGs. I think all have played a big role. The government, the State Department for Economic Planning, we really value your presence, and thank you very much, Senior Director, for being here with us. We really value and appreciate your being here. The UN family, as usual, we are very grateful that you are here with us, and we continue to seek even broader collaboration with you. KEPSA, thank you very much for being with us all along. Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business, you've always been with us. Asanteni sana. We have the Media Council of Kenya. I don't know if there's a representative here. Oh, thank you. Yeah, walking the journey with us. The Council of Governors, all the counties that are represented here, we really value and appreciate. And also APC Colombia, coming all the way from South America to give us support. So thank you very much, Davis, and the entire crew around APC. Colombia, we value and appreciate their contribution to this event. And this couldn't have been possible if we didn't have people who have been doing the day-to-day, running around to ensure that our logistics, the planning, the committee that was involved in this initiative, and the annual convening, we really value and appreciate. So all this staff and of the different organizations who are part of that planning and organizing committee, asanteni sana. We appreciate the work that you've done, and we value you very much. The Board of Trustees of the SDGs Kenya Forum, we have Al Kags here, we have Virginia, we appreciate, and Florence also, who has been leading the SDGs Kenya Forum. We value and appreciate the contribution. So thank you very much, everyone. We know that there are big things ahead, even those who came from abroad, Finland, Uganda, Tanzania, who had a bit of a hitch, but we know that you love us, and we welcome you to come in May when there will be the festival. So it will not be serious stuff as much. It's a festival celebration. And yeah, we look forward to that. And yeah, let's meet at the gala night and see who's won and who we celebrate. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Just a prayer. Oh, the prayer. Yeah. Your prayer?
Okay. So thank you very much. Can we be upstanding? Just one from me, and the honor that I have been given to do the opening prayer and also the closing prayer, that I am full of hope. I'm so encouraged and so motivated that 39 years to come, we will be reviewing what we have achieved under Agenda 2063. By that time, almost 3/4 of people who are in this room will be champions with me. And you'll realize what I have been saying because you are heading there. God bless you. So we do the prayer, and then DJ, if we can get the national anthem, we started with the national anthem, we do the prayer. Thank you, God, for everything. We have been here for 3 days that are quite fruitful. We have been here because of our people, the vulnerable populations, the institutions that we have, the government, both national and county, and our people, the civil society. And there's a lot to do in terms of achieving and implementing the SDGs. We need resources. We need partnership. We need collaboration. And you are the God of love. You are the God of partnership and collaboration. Bless us with all these gifts as we leave this conference. We are heading towards Christmas, and we need safety, security, but also joy, so that you have a new year full of prosperity, aspirations, and good dreams. Bless us as we leave this place. Bless us this evening, the food that you take and the drinks and everything that you take. But as well, bless and give us journey mercies back home. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you. We are doing the East African, okay?
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante.